Hello, these spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. Welcome on into the cult of Vane, the home of hedonism, here on this little corner that we call twitch.tv/Valenvane. It is a time that I am wearing a very, 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 very low-cut top on account of the fact that it's bloody warm today. And the more skin I have available, even if I'm wearing something delightfully lightweight like this, the better it is. More aeration, more ability for my skin to breathe. Welcome on in. Welcome to a hump day here on the Cult of Vane, and also welcome to all those people that are watching the VOD on VODs of Vane channel. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. How's it going, Semba? Hello, Zooty Booty. Helena the Unicorn, excuse me. Generation Zenial, welcome on in. Claudius coming in with a 20 stream streaks in a row. You've been streaking through here all over the place. Good lord. Good lord. Put some clothes on. It's warm outside. Even I've got clothes on. Jesus Christ. Jenna the Leo, welcome on in. Gotta go. Hope you have a wonderful stream. No worries, Claudius. Came in, ran around naked, disappeared off again. I see what's going on. I see what's happening. Also, Honda Dino coming in with the prime, you beautiful individual, for the second month. I see the corruption is settling in very nicely, you cheeky little devil. I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror. Vane. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bun Snapchat, you cheeky devil. In fact, it's a metaphorical Snapchat because it doesn't even exist anymore. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing as well, you know, after 2 months, you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, me, yeah, you know? You cheeky little devil, you. Cheeky little devil. Thank you very much for coming in for the second month. I appreciate that. To use that prime anyway, and you chose to use it here, and that means the world to me. Where was I? Infinite Escape, welcome on in, you cheeky little devil, from Australia, Austraculo. Welcome on in, how you doing, you cheeky devil? For you, welcome on back, you cheeky devil. Vexatious Quipster, hello, hello. Ilowana, how you doing? How's it going? Hello, Valen, and all from Australia. Australia. That's great. It's alright, I get what you mean, Infinite Escape, you beautiful being. I get what you mean. I hope you're having a wonderful time at the other side of the world, and I hope it's not too late there, you beautiful being, because I would imagine it's probably the opposite side of the time zone, you know? Caro, you cheeky devil. Hello from a coach on the way to London. And do you think that the coach driver thinks he's a race driver? Wow, okay. Bold. Whipping down there with tons and tons of steel. I see. Qualia, you cheeky devil, how's it going? Awake against my will, off to the aquarium as soon as I can. Escape themselves out of bed. Enjoy stream, you love people. You take it easy, Qualia. You take it easy, beautiful being. I hope you have a wonderful time at the aquarium. I fucking love the aquarium, personally. I am a big fan of that place, for sure. Nuraya, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Caro, of course, hello. Have fun? Yeah, exactly, very much so. Bionic Bearman, welcome on in, how you doing? Generation Zenial, you cheeky devil, coming in here, streaking through. Again, all you streakers coming in with the 3 streaks in a row. Caro coming in with the 30 streams in a row, but you did remember your sun cream. I'm glad to hear it. Maybe you could share some with the other streakers in chat, Caro, okay? Maybe you could share some with the other streakers in chat. They're outrageous. Look at them running around all naked. Flappy bits of flapping. Outrageous. Safbridge, how you doing, you cheeky devil? How's it going? Gecko the Dev, a long time no see. It has been a long time. How are you doing? Hello, you fancy wizard of filth and other lovely substances. Oh, you've heard all about my substances, have you? Calling them lovely like that, you cheeky little devil. Can I get a shout out for Gecko the Dev if I've got a darling moderator available, please? I would appreciate that. Gecko the Dev, friends, is the developer of a very, very, very fun game that you can play with your friends, if you so choose to. It's wonderful being here. They have made a game called Orginizer, which is suitable for Twitch, which means that if you are a Twitch streamer, you can play it with your chat if you would like to. It's a puzzle game based around orgies. Who wants to fuck in what room? It's got a safe for work filter, so you don't have to have pixelated titties. And it also has some really good sex education in there as well. It's got some good information about kinks and different dynamics and stuff like that. A very, very strong recommend. For people that would like to play with their communities or play with their friends. It's always a good time. Always a good time, for sure. How you doing, Gecko? How's it going? Won't be able to stay long today, but I wanted to pop in and say hello. I appreciate that, Jenna the Leo. Not a problem at all, you cheeky devil. I think a lot of people are out and about today, but that's not a problem. That's not an issue. The more that people disappear off, the quicker we get into the game. If people want to keep talking, then we keep chatting away. You know, we're very much a go with the flow kind of community here. You know, just see how it goes, see what's going on, what's happening. You know, Astra Luau sounds exotic. It certainly does. Yes, most certainly, most certainly. It's certainly past tea time here in Oz. Yeah. Well, I hope that whatever it is that you're doing with your evenings, other than watching my delightful visage and listening to my sultry tones, is wonderful, you know? Currently sat in the shade in the park in Leeds City Centre. People watching? I hope you're having a wonderful time. What takes you to Leeds, if you are happy sharing? Zooty Booty, what is it that takes you to Leeds today, you know? Anyone interesting so far? Good question. Eris told me. How you doing, Zabadi? And how's it going, you cheeky devil? Thank you very much for the shout out for Gecko the Dev Semba. I appreciate you. With this temperature, having nothing around one's body is pleasant. Yeah. If I could stream in the nude right now, I would. I would just stood here and making sure that everything I need was in arm's reach. Just completely bolloco naked. However, I can't do that. I can't do that. There's too much risk for my spindly goblin cock getting out of control and whipping all over the place. Much to the ire and lust of many people in chat. You know? Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I've only been here 4 minutes, so there's time yet. Time yet for the people watching. Come back on my first day on campus on Monday, and I'll be a lovely 440 streaks. How exciting! That is very exciting. That is very exciting. Will they, you going back to campus, take you away from us?
I see now how the magic number 69 hecking months have been achieved. Anywho, morning. Beautiful bean, I'm still sleepy, but here you go. Loves your face. S. Val. Mods and community. Valenv clap. Valenv midlove. Valenv hug. Valenv vith.
Lunacon coming in with the 69 months. Oh my dear lordy. Oh my dear lordy. Good lord. 69 months. The magic number. Coming in here for all of that time. Good lord. Good fucking lord. You cheeky little devil. I'm hoping you're doing all right. I am also very, very sleepy. I have not been sleeping well at all recently. My dreams have been somewhat haunted as of recent. It's probably my brain trying to process some stuff in my subconscious. Lunacon666, your name is now inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But go, damn, do I rough look good? Oh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky devil, you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Eris, will you going back to your course in September, presumably, or August, back on Monday, so back in August, yeah? Will that take you away from us for thingies? Are you going to break your 440 stream streak, perchance? Not that that should be a problem. If you need to break it, then you need to break it. It's not a problem. Iluana, I found yesterday in a streamer and I found out that we should listen more often to your advices and the world would be much more beautifuler and sexier place. Well, I very much appreciate the fact that you and whoever this other person was has a wonderful time and agree with my perspectives on life, the universe, and everything, Iluana, for sure. Currently working on a very, very, very silly game about sock puppets trying to solve a murder at the polish and playtest and voice acting phase now. That sounds... I think I remember you telling me about this one, Gecko. About the sock puppets doing a film noir style murder mystery kind of investigation, if I remember correctly. Organizer equals Twitch icebreaker experience to get closer to chat and have chat closer to each other. Exactly. That's a good way of putting it, for sure. Oh no, pixels, exactly. Nobody wants pixelated titties. That's actually a really good point. So, you know when people censor things, they pixelate that section, okay? If you make pornography out of pixels, does that then count Like, as in, like, visible pixels. You can see all of, like, if there's, like, little square nipple and what have you. Little square clitoris. Does that mean that it is then no longer pornography and is considered censored? Despite the fact that it's been designed that way. These are the questions I want to know. All right? Considering when they censor things online, you put pixels over everything, or like a blurred screen over him, but pixelating things, you know? And then if you make pornography out of pixels, does that then count as censored? Questions I have. Questions I have. Because I have definitely seen plenty of not safe for work games that have pixel style graphics. And I never really thought about it before. Never really considered it before. And potted follow button. Yay! Good to hear. Good to hear. Rhinestones before bedtime. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy indeed. Thank you so much to all these beautiful people that are lurking. Use your channel points to lurk. I appreciate those. I appreciate those. Become a V streamer. That's possible. Certainly, for sure. Ain't it chat an interesting time? Always, Loki. Why not? How's it going, Astro Girl? How you going doing, you cheeky devil? Also, Astro Girl, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual? Good lordy lordy. The view is good today. I'm glad to hear it. There's a lot of necklaces and a lot of Val and Vein cleavage going on, for sure. For sure. No getting rid of me. My course is on Monday. Will be done by the time that stream starts. And the course on Wednesday, I'll be here for the first few hours of stream. That is fair. That is fair. I mean, like I said, Eris, as always, if you need to disappear off for whatever reason, then you need to disappear off. You know, stream streaks be damned. It is more important that you and your life go first. You know, but you know, just checking. You know, checking in, see what's going on, see what's happening. My brain is still fucking dead from the lack of sleep, but we'll get on. Do you know what I mean? Not bad dreams someone by reading Dracula. Oh god, no. No. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Speaking of which, the current leader for the donation goal reward has now surpassed its Dracula has surpassed the Labyrinth TCRPG stream. It was Labyrinth winning by a landslide for a good like 48 hours. Labyrinth was winning by like 10 votes. And then out of nowhere, Dracula, the next few chapters of Dracula, we're now at 27 to 25 for Dracula over Labyrinth TCRPG. Which I never thought was going to happen, but here we are. Here we are. I'll give it to the end of this stream and then we'll declare it, you know? Then we'll declare it. Keeps trying to get rid of me, it won't work. I'm not trying to get rid of anybody. I am emphasizing the fact that if people need to break their stream streaks, they should not feel guilty or upset about that. Okay? Remember, it is a tricksome device for Twitch to try and get people to keep watching and come back day after day after day after day so they get more money. Okay? Do not be lulled into the corporate bullshit. Be right back. I need to drink some coffee. You need to drink, so coffee will be consumed. Maybe a biscuit will be dunked. Entirely fair. Entirely fair, for sure. Obviously, wrap up the sock puppetry this month. That sounds amazing, glorious. What sort of dreams are you having? Where do I even begin for something like that? Weird ones. Weird ones, Qualia. Like... last night, excuse me, there was like an ex from years ago that was introducing me to her new partner and her partner's wife and the partner's kid. And I was like, okay, why am I here? What's going on? Why are you all in my house? This is very, very strange. And then people started dancing out of fucking nowhere. Everything became disco ball covered. Like, you know, like those tiny little mirrors and shit. It was just fucking weird. There's lots of very weird shit going on in my brain. So yeah, I'm just like, all right. Evidently my subconscious is trying to process something. Whatever it is stopping me from sleeping properly. So, you know. Never thought of that before, but yeah, it would make sense. There you go, you see. This isn't Pixel's movie. Exactly, Sebastian, right? That is actually directly one of the reasons why we do pixel art games. We have a weak, but still possible leg to stand on, since platforms want things pixelated. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense in my brain. I have played lots and lots of not safe for work games in my life as a sex educator, and also because I find them interesting. You know, most of the time. Well, no, that's a lie. Most of the time, they're absolutely diabolically shit. Some of the time, they can be interesting. But there's an awful lot of like pixelation and stuff like that, and I never really thought about it before. But actually, I've definitely played a game where, like, a classic example is one that we played, which was a lot of fun, called Flip Witch. And that's very, very pixel. That's all pixels. So is that okay? Because it's pixel graphics, and when people censor things, they censor them by pixelating them? These are the questions I have. The real questions of the universe. These are the real questions we should be asking each other. All right? Probably not, even if I don't chat, I'll be in for lurkies, but I try to manage my class around the kiddos. Because that way I'm on campus while they're in school and home before they're out. Usually only there for like a couple of hours at least. That's fair. That's fair. Just, yeah. As long as you're prioritizing yourself and your family and what have you first, that's fine by me. The OG reason why we pixelated Twitch profile pictures was not only the pixel aesthetic, but because Twitch don't moderate profile pictures in real time. It was one tool to help keep the streamer's channel TOS safe. Interesting. Interesting. That is quite fascinating. Never knew that. I watched the titty game The Dinosaur from 2 months ago. That was a community reward. The recording alone was fucking hilarious to watch, Valen. I hope that you do that again. It would be really awesome. That is entirely dependent on the community for you. That is entirely dependent on this community. I will play like a variety, like the games that we play. Obviously, Tuesdays is like more puzzly games, more story-based, like wholesome games, and then Wednesday is more spooky games, because I'm a big fan of spooky games, but I also like the community. I understand that the community isn't all into spooky games, so I don't want to ostracize people, you know. I also like the other games, but anyway, the point is, those are the games that we kind of play on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. When it goes outside of that, that's when I'm like, right, we'll do it as a donation goal reward, or as a community stream reward, or something like that, you know. But normally when it comes to any kind of community stream reward, or a thank you from me to the community for their donations or what have you, I tend to put it to the vote, because I want to please as many people in the community as I possibly can. At some stage, we may well play the dinosaur with double Ds at some stage. That would be good. I did enjoy it. It was very, very entertaining. But it all depends on you. It all depends on you, wonderful beings, and what you want to see. You know? I have very much angled my content creation in the regards of, let me play stuff that the community want to see. You know? Not saying that you all have control here, just that I personally allow you to have sway over what happens, you know? You know? Valen cleavage with pretty jewelry is always a positive. Oh, Loki, flattery. Flatterer. Found out the Labyrinth programming language this morning. I saw that, Zabadian. I saw that. I was very confused, because I was like, Labyrinth as in what? You can program a Labyrinth? Can I go full Jareth? What is this? What is occurring here, you know? At least you can remember your dreams. I always forget mine, even though the moment I know they're entirely bizarre. Trust me when I say, Jenny the Leo, that it is not necessarily a good thing to remember your dreams. Trust me when I say that. I definitely have some more upsetting dreams than I care to admit. You know? There's always an edge to certain things, which is really, really weird, because as I've talked about many times on this channel, I'm currently in a bit of a mental state where feeling deep emotion is really problematic for me, which is probably why I have such interestingly fucking weird dreams at the moment. Because in my dreams, I feel emotion with all of its tenacity. When I wake up, I don't. So I've got a feeling that a lot of my dreams are trying to help my brain process some of the shit that I am unable to process when I'm conscious, on account of this weird disassociation of deep emotions type thing. So yeah, it's strange. It's like I wake up and I'm like, that was a really, really weird dream. Or in my dream, that really upset me. Or in my dream, I'm gonna be thinking about that for a few days, but You know, it's a weird dynamic because in the dream I feel everything. You know, that kind of thing. There'll be some dream reading psychologist out there that'll be like, yes, we know exactly what's going on. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Also finished Detroit Becoming Human this morning. I had 2 endings, which only 5% of the players reached. That's cool as shit, Zabadian. Love that. Love that. That I came over there for a week and didn't lose it. At this rate, I'll be keeping it to be spiteful of those who have lost theirs due to Twitch being twitchy. If I lose it, I lose it. Rebuilding it will be fun. That's fair. That's fair. Just checking, you know. Nibberin, how you doing, you beautiful bean? How's it going? Starting my second playthrough with completely different choices. What, straight away, Zabadian? Oh, wow. I admire that because I definitely can't do it. If I play a game straight away, then there's a problem. Like, there's an issue with it. I'm annoyed about it or something like that, you know? Something about the game has pissed me off to the point where I feel like I have to play it straight away in order to, I don't know, document the issues that I'm having or something like that. Something along those lines. Bought Detroit Become Human, but I've not played it. I bought it when it was like 90% off, so I physically own Detroit Become Human, but Detroit Become Human, but I also have not played it. I also have no concept of it in regards to like gameplay and stuff. I've seen a couple of people play bits, but I know, excuse me, like little bits of it, as it were. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, bye. We're just lowering. We're just lowering for you. We're just lowering. Do you know what I mean? I need to sit down for a bit. I don't mind when I'm like wandering around, like, but just being stood still, it irritates me. I should really get my walking pad thing out that Sway got me. Or I say Sway got me. I am borrowing off of Sway. But that it's the putting it up and then putting it down, like taking it away again. It's just a pain in the ass. Pain in the ass to do. I do use it, just not when I'm streaming. Mana Rain, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? One of those games that you have to play 100 times to get the different endings. Yeah, I can't be bothered with that shit. Generally speaking, those types of games I will play, and I'll play once, and that'll be the only time I play it. Like, this is how we did it. Right, done. You know? I don't go back and play games to like get the evil ending or something like that. It's not the way I am. If it's like a different choice where at the very, very end you get various different endings depending on your choices, then I might go back and choose separate things to see what the different endings are. But if it's something that's like right at the beginning, you choose left or right, and each one has a completely different fucking ending, I'm like, I don't care. That is too much work to go back and get that separate ending. Far too much fucking work to go back and get that separate ending. Don't give enough of a shit. The whole discussion about what counts as enough censorship, pixelation, semi-transparent blockers, black bars, have led to it's there but it's not there censorship in hentai, where penars are simply never depicted but exist only in negative space. Yeah, I've seen, because that was where that was like one of the things in early hentai when you're talking about the history of animated pornography. In early hentai, the reason why tentacles became so big, people thought it might be down to like, what is it, the dream of the fisherman's wife or what have you, that whole ancient shunga with the octopus. However, from what I understand, it actually comes down to Japanese censorship laws. When they were making the first hentais, they were like, you can make hentai, but you can't depict penises. So they were like, cool, let's just have phallic-shaped tentacles. So all of the demons, everyone's a demon, and all of the demons have tentacles that look very phallic. Got big, weird, bulbous ends. And you could not show penetration, but you could show like the shadow of it. So a lot of the demons had wings, and the wings conveniently covered the area, while you just saw this slimy tentacle moving in and out, and it was just like, what is going on? What is happening here? I am confused. So yeah, that's interesting, because I know the whole black bars thing has been a thing on Twitch, where people in the like pools, hot tubs, and beaches category would put black bars over parts of their over the parts of their screen, as if this is censored. I am completely naked, even though they weren't completely naked, but it gave the illusion that they were completely naked, and that brought attention. And it was like, so you're banning black bars because it gives the illusion that the creator is completely naked, even though they're not completely naked. What? What? All right, sure. You're banning censorship bars because you want to censor the content. Is that what I'm hearing? What? Okay, sure. You do your thing. Perhaps I could make an adult pixel game, and then the action is censored it, and by it's censored by showing the full graphics. I like that. I like it a lot. Always don't worry much. I'm sassy about it. The streak magically ends. It's not the end of the world. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. If there's ever a pocket where you want to try out silly prototypes, poke me, and early access stream keys will pour out. I appreciate that, Gecko the Dev. To be fair, I'm at a point now where like I get contacted daily about various different games, and I got to a point of like overwhelmed with them where I just don't care about them. That's one of the great benefits of putting everything to the community, is being like, what do you want to see me play? I don't give a shit about all the game codes. I don't give a shit about all these bits and pieces. Every so often, like once every year, maybe once every 6 months, like a game will pique my interest, and I'll be like, oh, I really want to play that one. The one this year, for example, was Celestial Return. Very, very, very good game. I enjoyed that. I've thoroughly enjoyed the dynamics of that, and we played one session of it, and then people didn't want to see it, so it got taken out of the vote, and that's fine. We'll go back in the vote in another few weeks' time. That's kind of the way it works. But I'm at that point now where I'm just like, I don't have enough time to risk doing a brand new game for the compensation of a stream key of a game that I'm not entirely sure whether I'll like or not. I don't know. It's like with you, it's a bit different, Gecko the Dev, because I kind of trust you after Organizer and the other games that you've very kindly let me play. Like when I know the dev, like you, Gecko, it's kind of a little bit different. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to listen a little bit more because I've already had a good time with the other games that you've provided. But when it's like new people, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know these people. I don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about the game. And it's a big risk for me to take to try out a new game that chat may or may not like. If somebody's offering to pay me, then that changes things a little bit. But I'm just at a point now where I'm just like, I don't actually think it's, like, generally speaking, not always, obviously, there are exceptions to the rule like yourself, but generally speaking, it's not worth it for me at this point. It's not worth it to be on the lists and sift through all the emails, and it just takes too much time. I'm too busy. Too fucking busy. I need somebody else to do that. Once I've got a personal assistant, they can sift through all the shit and go, actually, Val, I think you really enjoyed this game. I'm like, oh, cool. Let's have a look. You know? How's it going, Classy Chunk? Can I get a shout for Classy Chunk, please? I would really appreciate that. Maybe we'll lose it in July next because we're doing family vacation for the eldest big birthday, which means I don't know how the planning will work. Sounds great. Enjoy. Have a wonderful, wonderful time with the big family holiday for sure. That sounds absolutely fucking amazing. Well worthwhile breaking your stream streak for sure. For sure. Is language which the labyrinth and things and the things it does are not the labyrinth? What? The coding. I know you're talking about the labyrinth coding, but it's what? I have my nose so itchy today. Yesterday was my armpits. Today it's my nose. What the fuck is going on? People go check out Classy Chunk. Classy Chunk is my housemate. We raided him yesterday. We had a wonderful, wonderful time. I wish I could have hung around for the for more of the game he was playing, because he was playing Retro Rewind, the VHS hiring simulator, which I might even buy for myself, to be honest with you, Chunk, because I've enjoyed it. So I enjoyed what I saw of you playing it, and it looks like a lot of fun. So yeah, I might get that for myself at some stage. But I know he's been enjoying it because he's told me all about it. So yeah, go check him out. Wonderful, wonderful being, good friend of mine, and also my housemate, my house buddy. Valen is simply puppet avatar for the deity of vain. It's true. It's true. I am vanity personified. It's absolute facts right there. Right there. If you compare what's being released nowadays to stuff from 2 decades ago or older, it's pretty obvious that the bold black bars became thinner and more transparent over time. So the stuff recently released feels not as censored at all, at least to me. Well, the thing is, for you, there's no need to censor them. There's no need to censor them. Then you just add adult content. If you've got massive games, stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 coming out, and they've got like full-on fucking sex scenes and shit like that, that's realistic. And The Witcher with full-on sex scenes, it proves the fact that you don't fucking need it. You can have a game with sexual elements without being a sex game, you know? It all seems very performative to me, I think. I think that's the description I would give. It's very performative, you know? Day Train Graham coming in with a 3 streams in a row you've been streaking through here. Good lord. Streaking all over the place. Put some clothes on. It's bloody warm outside. You'll burn your dangly bits. It's running because it's become a running joke because the tiniest, unblockiest blocks. Yeah. Yeah, well, there was that whole thing, wasn't it? It was just like, you've got to use a black bar. And then it became like, especially on like, hentai and Japanese pornography specifically because of their licensing laws, it became like the thinnest bit of like black that just covers the gap between the inner labia, and you're like, I don't think that's doing what it's supposed to do. It's kind of like the bikinis. Have you seen the bikinis that people get where it's like you get like bikinis, you get swimsuits, then you get bikinis, then you get micro bikinis, and then you get, I can't remember the name for them, but there's a specific type of bikini that exists, which just covers inner labia and allows outer labia to curl round the fabric itself. So it covers the inner labia and covers the nipples. And that's it. That's pretty much it. And it's like, I've noticed that this is getting what's going on here? You know, that sounds so uncomfortable. Constant wedgie. Yep. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. The sacrifices people make for fashion, right, Saracens Draco? Standing ovations from my side. Yeah. Typically insane. How you doing? Just got in, but what dreams I can remember. There are some over the edge mental and emotional shit. Some remember from years and years and years, and just it was like IRL. Yeah. Dreams would be like that sometimes, for sure. Hi, Valen and friends. I have to leave. No worries. You take it easy, Jenna Leo. Bye. See you later. Bye. Also restarted my play right away, but mine was the reason I won't say due to spoilers. But let's say I worked so hard, but everything I got spoiled because I'm too human, apparently. In Detroit Become Human. I'm glad that you won't say anything because spoilers. Fair enough. With no spoilers, Detroit did a thing I really like. It threw obfuscations to the side and fully shows the player choice trees during play, and I like that. That's fair. That way you know that there's certain endings or certain paths that you can take, etc. Went Dalek-y for a wee second there. Huh. That will have been at the time where my GoXLR decided to reset itself. Interesting. This was about 5 minutes ago, Razar. But also, how you doing, Razar? Welcome back on in. Which color do you want your death ray to be? Oh, if it's not hot pink, is it even worth it? You know? Detroit Become Human is a strong recommend from me. Astounding feat of video gaming. Yeah, I know that it is amazing. I don't know a single person that has played it that has had anything bad to say about it. So I'm sure at some stage I'll get around to it. The only thing about Detroit Become Human is it is fucking massive. And the downside to a game being that fucking big Oh my lordy lordy. I'll get back to that comment in a moment. Oh my lordy lordy, ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who to think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you. Good lord. It's Jam Jar Brain. Jam Jar Brain, how was It Takes Two that you were playing with Pixbomb, you beautiful individual? How was it? Was it great? Was it wonderful? Was it spectacular? I was lurking for a little bit. While you were doing stuff with a sound booth, and Pix was screaming into a microphone, and you were fiddling with knobs, as I know you are known to do. Jam Jar is well known for fiddling with knobs, you know. People go check out Jam Jar Brain. Jam Jar Brain is one of our moderators, a very, very good friend of mine, old school buddy. Has a very supportive, very kink positive, very sex positive community, very LGBTQIA positive, just wonderful, wonderful being. Wonderful, wonderful being all round. That's the reason why I made him one of the mods. Takes a lot to become one of my mods these days. Jam Jar's still here. That says everything. That says everything. Speaking of which, Lulu Show Me's 5 minutes ago redeemed a praise the mods. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside machine, could you throw some mod loves in the channel? Say a massive thank you to those moderators, including our dear Jam Jar Brain, who's just raided over. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All you beautiful people, if any of you happen to be new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals, faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I'm a colossal filth wizard and only corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. Not what I'm about. We were just talking about censorship. The conversation started with the idea that when a lot of games and movies and what have you censor something, they pixelate the area. So if you are censoring a vulva, for example, the entire vulva area will be pixelated, creating large blocks of certain colors. Okay? Everyone's with me so far? So my question then became, if you make a computer game that is made out of pixel art, does that count as censorship? Because technically speaking, it will be exactly the same as censoring something out of pixels. Pixelation is great for color picking, just saying. Oh, I can imagine. Pixel art censorship tends to be white and black blocks when they're censoring. No, not by any stretch of the imagination, Jam Jar. I have seen so many. Obviously, with the industry that I work in, I see a hell of a lot of stuff that is pixelated, whether it be on news articles or on YouTube videos or what have you. And they just pixelate the area. And it's just like, here are loads of different colors that evidently behind there is a nipple or a penis or an asshole or a vulva. And it's just like, okay. So if you make a nipple, a penis, an asshole or a vulva out of pixels, and it is pixelated, technically speaking, does that mean that it automatically qualifies for as censored, or is it uncensored because of the fact that that is how you designed it? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Am I wondering whether I could get away with playing sex games on stream because they're pixel art? It might have crossed my mind. It might have crossed my mind. Possibly. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe. You know? The tentacle sneaky smartness, yeah. So that conversation then led on to the idea that in hentai, it was due to Japanese, as I understand it, it was due to Japanese censorship laws that gave rise to tentacles in hentai, because they were never allowed to show penises, but they were allowed to show phallic-shaped tentacles. Which meant that every demon suddenly had tentacles, and it was like, okay, see what's going on here. You just want to do the sexy times, and you can't do it with the penis, so now you do it with tentacles. Tentacles, you know? censoring the censorship bar. What do you want me to do? Pixelate the black bar, blur it? Well, that's the thing. That is the thing. Oh, the next bit of the conversation, for those people that are just joining us, was the fact that at one stage on Twitch, people in the pools, categories, and hot tub stream used to put black bars like right across the entire screen, even though they were clothed behind it, but it gave the implication that they were naked, and then Twitch banned censorship bars because it gave the implication that they were naked, even though they weren't naked, and the censorship bars would have been censoring it even if they were naked, because that's what censored. So they censored the censorship bars, and it was like, what? What is going on here? Just about to coming in with the 7 stream streak in a row. You've been streaking through here. Good lord. I'm sure related to game advice, you're swamped. It's merely an open offer. I very much appreciate that, Gecko. Absolutely. You're on your hollybobs, Frax. Congratulations. How was your last day? How was your last day, buddy? How did that go? One streamer puts it on a game, especially just for a Steam key, they spend much more than they get. And if that makes sense, yes. Yeah. It really does. It really does. And I always used to be like, do you know what? I'll play, if I like the game, then I'll play the game. It'll all be fine and dandy. But actually, the more I look at like the psychology behind streaming and content creation and stuff like that, it just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way, unfortunately. You've had prophetic dreams since you were a teen. Now, I'm gonna warn you now for you that I personally do not believe in prophecy. So if I come across in any kind of negative way, I am not trying to discredit you. I am also not trying to harsh on your personal beliefs or anything like that. You are absolutely entitled to your personal beliefs. I'm just giving you that heads up in advance. So if I sound a little bit skeptical, it's nothing against you. It's just about my personal dynamic of the fact that I personally do not believe in any description of prophecy. Okay? Since you're a team, I know how it sounds, but yeah. But this is in this extreme heat. Even during sleep, my brain can't be bothered to dream properly. Nothing but a foggy and random dreams. So Valen, just in case you don't ponder it too much, the heat fucks us all. Just sharing my point of view, no strings attached. Oh yeah, that's all right. That's all right. I am fully aware that my brain is doing a variety of different things with my subconscious at the moment. It's pulling out memories from like stuff I haven't thought about in 20 years. Do you know what I mean? It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. That's also the reason why I'm not getting much sleep on top of the heat. So yeah, it's a whole thing. And even unicorn sex in The Witcher. Exactly. Not all nudity is pornographic. Absolute facts, Gecko. Pornography, by definition, pornography is specifically designed media, whether that be photography, art, video, or games, media that is specifically designed to be sexually stimulating. That is the definition of pornography. If it is not designed to be sexually stimulating, if the person who created it did not create it to be stimulating in a sexual manner, then it is not classed as pornography under any circumstances, because the definition does not fucking work like that. So thank you very much for saying that, but it's very true. Very, very true. In programming, there is a difference between the language that is written in and the results it gives. When you see a website, it is written in several languages, working together to give colors, text, place where images go, etc. Okay. Excuse me. In Labyrinth language, source code is a map of different routes, while the results can be something different. Example, I linked printing the result of the game, Fizzbuzz. Okay. Interesting. Thank you very much for the explanation there, Sebastian. I appreciate that. Also, Monty disappear off. Jamjar, if you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat. Go grab some kind of delightful beverage. Please go do so. Please look after yourself, you beautiful bean. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you raiding over, and I hope you had a wonderful time with Pix. I must admit that tons of Guro manga I have. DL scans, no physical copies, aren't censored a bit. Never looked into this fact. Do you happen to know why by chance? Probably because they weren't printed in Japan for you, or they were given specific permissions from the Japanese government to allow the non-censored version for export to other countries, which is definitely a possibility. I am not going to turn around and say that I am fully clued up on Japanese censorship laws, because I definitely am not. The little that I know about them is based on little things that I've read, usually from random bits where I got hyper focused on like the censorship of shunga and stuff like that, which is ancient Japanese erotic art. So my knowledge isn't going to be the most advanced by any stretch of the imagination, but I do know that the censorship laws were, are, or certainly until recently were, very, very explicit, especially for stuff that is being produced for a Japanese audience. I believe that if I remember, no worries, Jamja. If I remember correctly, there is a if I remember correctly, there are ways that a studio can apply for a permit to make uncensored art for like manga, etc., but only if it is for specific foreign markets, as it were. I think there's like certain foreign markets that have got like exemption clauses or something like that, and they can apply for. I'm not entirely sure. Please take all of that information with a pinch of salt, because it is like stuff that I read a while ago, and I haven't double checked any of that information. But that's how I understand it at the moment. Mayor Wi-Fi, how you doing? How's it going? I've got the sound exactly right. Sounds fine here. Yes, I'm glad that it sounds all right at the moment, for sure. From what I understand, the dev is not a great person either. So reevaluate if you want to give that game a platform. Oh, Detroit Become Human. Okay. This is the problem with big companies. This is the reason why I like indie games. I like indie games because with an indie game, you are looking at a single person or a small group of people, and you can immediately know whether those people are bad or good or what have you. When you are talking at like the big end of the scale, the AAA game factories and stuff like that, you are talking corporate, which is always gonna make me feel a little bit icky. And you're also talking like the actual devs themselves could be really, really decent people that have made the game and put all the effort in. The writers could have been made the game, put all the effort in. The sound designers could. Everybody that physically made the game are actually fucking great people, but the actual company themselves are just shit. You know, there's a whole different dynamic with stuff like that, which is why I much prefer indie games, because don't have to worry about quite so much as that, you know. Copy the wrong words. Raid noises. We finished through the game. A great knob fiddler. Oh, I love it. Love to hear it, Jam Jam. I'm really glad for you, buddy. I'm really, really glad for you. I'm glad that you enjoyed the game. It was one of those games that came out and everybody was playing it, and I was really, really tempted I was really tempted to play it myself with somebody. But then I realized everyone was playing it, and then as soon as I was actually in a position where I could play it, it was like, it's too late now. It's too late now. Gone past that point of no return. Detroit Become Human is so topical right now, even more than back when it first came out, which is quite a feat to achieve with sci-fi. That's because of AI. It makes all of the sense in the world. That sits understandably in my brain, you know? Censorship has beaten me over the head since things changed. Yeah. What, you mean the Online Safety Act? Woo. Pixelation is great for color picking. Yeah, it's very true. Very, very true. Did not know that I'm now doing research, but yeah, apparently from a quick Google, one of the devs said I don't make games for FGS. Big oof. FGS? Can you open up an acronym there, because that could mean a million things to my brain. that could mean a lot of things to my personal brain. So if you could open that up a little bit, I would appreciate it. Some platforms have specific requirements about how big those pixels have to be. Interesting. Okay. Allowing sneaky devs such as myself to use that as the target pixel resolution. That makes sense. The F slur. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Fair. Bundle of sticks. Safbridge, that is possibly the best explanation you could have given. That's great. Yeah. Well, that's fucking awful. One of the devs said that. Do you know what? I hate situations like that. And probably another reason why I fucking love like indie dev companies. Because one dev says something like that, and it tarnishes every other dev that worked on the game. And that isn't to say that you should play the game because you want to support every other dev there. It's just something, it's like it tarnishes every other game, because now all of the other devs that worked on it are all going to be under the shadow of that one bigoted dev. It's fucking shit. Fucking shit. Some platforms, yeah, specific requirements. So many platforms have a tendency to ban content, even if they are within the rules. So definitions are worth their weight in pulp. Yeah, fucking hell. That's a nightmare. It's not even 8 a.m. there, and this conversation is scrambling my brain a little bit. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. It's scrambling my brain as well, but that's just because I'm very, very sleepy. I'm very, very sleepy. Didn't sleep well. I haven't slept well in a while, to be fair. And normally I'm very much a can sleep through anything kind of person. My eyelashes are playing silly buggers today. I don't know whether my mascara is being a bit of a dick. Either way, it's an old movie series at this point, but the censorship used in Austin Powers movie was always well done. Yeah, the censorship in Austin Powers movie was, even if the movies have dated, not necessarily in the best way by any stretch of the imagination. And even if the reputations of the people involved also have dated in not necessarily the best way. The way that they did that was quite artistic, to say the least. Very artistic, you know. Censorship laws tend to hit books last, mostly because people who censor people do not read. Yes, books and audio work, Qualia. The way that censorship hits visual erotic art versus audio erotic art are massively different. Massively different. It's wild. Having looked into it, it's pretty fucking wild. My opinion. Oh, do you know what? I read an article this morning. Robinson Crusoe sent me an article this morning, which I found absolutely bloody fascinating. On social media at the moment, it is a bad thing to say the word vagina. So if you oh wait. Oh, I can't give a duck. Yeah, no, I know all about that, but thank you very much, Sembar, for nipping that in the bud. Thank you very much for bringing it up, but I'm not tolerating anything to do with that entire franchise. It is the stupidest fucking thing in the world, and it really says a lot about the world. But yeah, thank you very much for bringing it up, but yeah, not today, thank you. Not today, you beautiful bean. What was I saying? Censorship and audio stuff, and oh yeah, that was what I was saying. So on social media, it is a very quick way to get your videos suppressed is by saying the word vagina. So if you are a sexual health person, or even just a health person, appreciate that. I can't give a duck. If you are a health person and you're talking, say you're talking about periods, for example, just generally uteral health, and you talk about the fact that, like, how to place the tampon into your underwear, or the pads into your underwear so that they sit right against your vagina. You could literally be like, okay, so what you do is you strip back this bit of sticky stuff, you wrap the wings around the sides of your like your underwear, and then you place it specifically so it sits against the vagina in a way that is going to be comfortable, or as comfortable as possible, whilst also absorbing all of the period blood. That will be censored, that will be pushed down in the algorithms because of the fact that they've said the word vagina. However, they do not suppress the word, and I'm going to say it, even though a lot of people get upset by it, They do not suppress the word cunt. So now there is a campaign led by students, led by medical students, to get all health workers who do anything online, who do any kind of social media presence or what have you, to use the word cunt instead of the word vagina. So it won't be vagina health, it'll be cunt health. Because comedians say cunt, clips from movies say cunt. There are so many different like places that say cunt and never get suppressed. Whereas if you say the word vagina, it gets suppressed. Which is fucking wild to me. But that's a perfect example of how fucking stupid the censorship laws are. Oh, censorship rules and regulations are, you know? I couldn't see any negative consequences with that. Exactly. I love it. It's kind of like the Cox Not Glocks campaign in America, and I'm sure it was Texas. Somebody did confirm last time where it was, and I couldn't remember, but I'm sure it was Texas, where it was like they banned dildos from Texas, but you could also buy a gun without any kind of like prerequisite checks or anything like that. And it was like, so a load of the students in Texas, there you go, Qualia, thank you very much for confirming. A load of the students in Texas walked around with massive dildos in their bags, just sticking out the top. To prove the fact that it was like, are you fucking for real? There are people dying from guns and you are banning dildos? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Good lord. Good lord. But good on those fucking students. Love that. Love that. My opinion is that censorship has to be international and it has to be different from the original source, blocking the original intent. I'm not sure how that would work though, Frax. That's the problem. Because you're right, censorship isn't international. Censorship is different every single place that you go. And as we have found out, the Online Safety Act does not fucking work. It doesn't block fucking anything. All it does is stop people from going to the sites that are regulated. We literally do a test in stream where I type the word porn into the search engine and see how many links it takes before I find completely uncensored content. Do you know what I mean? And I don't do this to encourage people to do it themselves. I do this to purely test the Online Safety Act and see how efficient it is at protecting the children. Just to be clear, are we talking about the bold black bars or how hentai is censored nowadays? More suggestions than obligation? Both. So I know that in a lot of manga hentai, so erotic manga, the black bars of censorship are there to cover up usually vulvas and penises. And they will cover up, well, it used to be they covered up the entirety of the vulva, but depending on where you get your sources, it could just be a thin thing just to cover up the inner labia, or even just the very gap of the vaginal entrance, as it were, you know? They also use glow voids, yes, yeah. The whole, in this void is where the penis would be. Yeah. That's definitely a new thing, because it didn't used to be. Actually, do you know what? I don't know, because I never actually read that much manga, so it could well have been a thing for a long time. It's definitely started rolling over into, like, not even hentai, but, like, anime as a whole, you know? Censoring nudity isn't actually nudity, it's just false advertising. Exactly, Saracen Draco. Exactly. That's what was fucking great about it. I was just like, this is hilarious. I love the fact that they're doing these things. Oh, Twitch have banned it because it alludes to the fact that these people might be naked. And it's like, oh, for God's sake, really? Lewd animator Depixon has made a video called Implications that specifically was within Twitch and YouTube's literal rules of content, but it's clearly porn. Simply as a protest example, nothing is directly depicted, but you know what's up. Oh, yeah, Gecko the Dev. But then I got banned from YouTube years ago for I constructed an entire fucking screen that came up to my fucking nipples.
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
I love it when you speak so clinically. Educate me, daddy.
Can't help myself, Bear. Can't help myself, you cheeky devil. Yeah, I got banned off YouTube years ago because I set up a screen and I was doing a review of the Testacuzzi, which is a gimmick product, which is a jacuzzi for your testicles. It is stupid, it is gimmicky, it is preposterous, but behind that screen, I tried out the product. Nobody could see a fucking thing apart from my face. And most of it was just... okay, interesting. It was very funny. It was a very entertaining video. And I still have it. It's over there somewhere. But the point is that I got banned for it, despite the fact that nobody saw fucking anything. The fact that the reason why I put that screen there as well, the genuine reason why I put that screen there is because not 20 minutes before I started filming, I had watched another video of a guy getting a back sack and crack wax, which is where they wax back hair, your ass hair, and your testicle hair. And he did that behind a screen in exactly the same way. And I was like, well, if that guy can do that behind a screen like that, then I could construct a screen just like that and do the same thing, right? Okay. But you know, I wasn't allowed to test the koozie. No, I was not. No, I was not. Mel Sign coming, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses? But yeah, that got me banned off YouTube for a while. Or for a while, you know.
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
Also, it's the man, the myth, the legend in his own pants. Valen Vane, everyone.
That is me. That is me.
Happy Hump Day, darling.
Happy Hump Day, Bear, you cheeky devil. Thank you very much for the 100 little panda rings again, you cheeky devil. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Tentacle dildos are fascinating. Yeah. Well, the thing is, one of the joyous things about dildos is they can come in any shape or form. If you know how to make them, they can come in any shape or form, and that's fucking great. Do you know what I mean? Can't recommend anyone trying to... It's true. Absolutely, Duchess Demona. All about those tentacles. Thank you very much for the 200 little panderings. I appreciate you. Can't recommend anyone trying to put it on stream or anything. It's definitely blue. Oh, yeah. No, I get it. I understand it. But then they had that a while back, Gecko, when Twitch decided spontaneously to allow art streamers to draw tits. And they were like, we are going to allow art streamers to draw topless people, regardless of gender, for their art, so long as it is not pornographic in nature. And naturally, the entire art section became pornographic in nature for like 24 hours. They were like, well, YouTube have somehow managed to find this weird little middle ground. I'm like, yeah, but it took YouTube 15 years to find this weird little middle ground that they have found. Not 24 hours of you just being like, hey, let's allow everyone to draw tits. Suddenly, the art section became the most popular category on Twitch because everybody was drawing tits. And it was just like, oh, for God's sake. How did you not see this coming? How did you not see this coming? Within 24 hours, they banned it all again. And it was like, oh, all right, sure. It was at that level. It was that level of, oh, for fuck's sake, that I genuinely, for a moment, just went, is this a publicity stunt? Is this a publicity stunt to get everybody talking about Twitch again and get more new people to come over to Twitch and maybe hang around a little bit more? Is this just a publicity stunt? It was either a very well orchestrated publicity stunt or an absolutely fucking terrible mistake. One of the two. Kels the Mad, how you doing? How's it going? Some sad news was let go from the new job. I'm good to hear that. I can understand you being completely bummed out of that. Kels the Mad, for sure. But you'll find something else. You'll find something else, you beautiful being. Absolutely. Major Jiggle, welcome on in. How you doing? You asked for Gothic spicy books in your shorts. Responded with a short where I recommended a few, but I think that you will really like Tipping the Velvet. Yeah, that short that I posted yesterday, Qualia, was absolutely that went down so badly. And when I say I went down so badly, I was specifically looking for smut. But because of the censorship laws, amusingly bringing it back to censorship dynamics, because of the censorship dynamics on these social media platforms, I had to use colorful language. I had to use interesting vocabulary to be like, hey, I want something that's going to get me hot under the collar and make me quiver in my quim. Which was hilarious because somebody reposted that on Threads saying, this person doesn't even have a quim. And I was like, what? Yeah, I all right, sure, you do. Go, sure, whatever you want. Anyway, but yeah, people were just like, oh, if you like Dracula, then maybe Interview with the Vampire. And I'm like, I think that people have missed the point of this. I was looking for smut. But I didn't want to say the word smut out of fear of being crushed in the algorithms, you know? So I'm going to have to make another video being like, yeah, about that. I meant smut. I want to read something spicy, you know? Detroit Become Human is a very overrated game in your opinion. That's fair. That's fair. Do you know what, Senpai? You are the first person that has criticized it that I have heard of. Everyone else that has played it has said it's been absolutely fucking phenomenal. Not taking into account anything the bigoted devs have said or done or what have you. I don't know how many of those people knew about the opinions of bigoted devs, but you know, the whole thing. Indie games love you right back. I appreciate that. I like indie games. There's also something charming about a certain level of jank about them. Do you know what I mean? As someone who works in animation studios can confirm, people often forget how many people work on single piece of media for any mainstream game, animated series, or movie. The number is in the hundreds. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I also understand, Draco, the dynamic of if the origin of that source of media, whatever that source of media happens to be, falls back to a immoral person, then that media should be avoided. Even if it did pay for a shitload of from my perspective, at least when it comes to the big studios and what have you, it's like hundreds of people have worked on this, 110%, absolutely fantastic. Those people have already had their wages paid. They will have had to have had their wages paid because the dynamic of the corporation means that those people still did the job. They did the thing. Even if they were self-employed, they still would have done they still would have filed in invoices because they still did the job. So it is okay to boycott the fucking game or their piece of media because then it will hurt the pockets of the immoral people at the top. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Fisting genitals slowly. Exactly. Didn't want to type it because of auto mod. That's fair. Bless you, darling. How you doing? How's it going? But the game has such a big AO3 fandom, it's pretty rainbow coded. I can imagine that. AO3 is a minefield of things for sure. Shafiq, how you doing, cheeky devil? Beautiful people. Hi, how you doing, you beautiful bean? Awful thing to say. Yeah, it really is. Elliot Page agreed to be in Beyond Two Souls, and there wasn't any in Unity, and the dev was like, yeah, sure, and then hired a body double. So they did it anyway, so very icky. Ooh, that's not pleasant. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Vampraver, how you doing? How's it going? That's like superimposing someone's face onto a naked body. Or AI generating somebody's AI undress this person. It's very icky. Don't like that at all. I've not played Unhinged on Netflix. It was great, even made me jump. I don't even know what that is. I'm afraid to tell you, little key. That is way over my head there. Ika Dini, welcome on in. Vampiraver, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual, you? Follow-up regarding the prophetic dreams. I'm by no means esoteric or something like that. Those dreams either recurred constantly in a certain chapter of my life, never again afterwards, or pictured something that I wasn't sure I'm allowed to like back then. Spent lots of time dissecting each one, but eventually they mirrored how I truly felt about the respective topics, thus prophetic. Okay. So I mean, I fully understand that English isn't your first language by any stretch of the imagination for you. I probably would have used the word reflective dream personally, because it is a way of reflecting elements of your life that you then start to realize are actually true because your subconscious kind of knew before you did. But I see what you mean now. Thank you very much for explaining. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your understanding. Can't give it up. I appreciate that. And goes to YouTube jail. Yeah. I've been to YouTube jail a couple of times. There is a major issue with the reporting system on YouTube because it's majoritively automated, which means if somebody wants to take umbrage with your channel, all they have to do is report 3 of your videos for the same reason over a certain period of time to get the channel at best had a warning against it, at worst completely deleted with no chance of redemption. They say it goes to a human moderator to check it, but I don't know whether it does. And the fact, because the idea is that it's like when you get reported, when there is a report, you get 1 warning. When you get 3 warnings, the channel gets deleted. But if you get 3 warnings in the case of 24 hours, that channel can be deleted within the case of 2 hours, an hour and a half. Which is what happened to me. It was like, you have been deleted because you've infringed this policy. And I was like, where? And they were like, we don't discuss it. And I'm like, but I didn't. I have gone through every single one of my videos because I had them all backed up. I was like, I've been through every single one of my videos. There is at no stage do I ever infringe their policy that you are quoting. And I can prove it. No, we don't care. We're not listening. We don't give a shit. Hestia, how you doing? How's it going? Van Brave are coming in with a 3-stream streak. You cheeky little devil, streaking all over the place. Good lord. Of course, we're not allowed to talk about female anatomy because it makes men randy. So no wonder many of us women are hugely undereducated about our own fuck buddies. The weird thing is that if you say it's the same with penis and like cock or something, Saracen Straco. You could probably say dick more than you can say penis on social media because the medical terms are censored, or certainly seem to be from what I've seen from this report. Well, I say report. What I've seen from this Instagram article, for lack of a better term, is that it's the medical terms that are censored. My kids had arguments. Child 1, it's a what? Oh, it's a pugina. Child 3, it's a vagina. No, pugina. No, it's a vagina. Ended up shouting, it's vagina. Now shut up and eat your dinner. Yeah. Best tips for a healthy cunt. Content varies depending on if you watch from Australia or the rest of the world. That is true. That is very, very true. Australians love the word cunt. Do you think it could be because cunt suddenly became such a popular word, like cunty and serving cunt? No, I think it's because so many comedians use it, and comedian content does really, really well on short form stuff. Take a comedian that uses the word cunt a lot. Daniel Sloss, an amazing comedian who I share a lot of morals with. Wonderful, wonderful being from what I have seen. He will happily use the word cunt. He also will happily not censor his content. So there will be no bleeps, there will be no specific mutes or anything like that. But his content will also do very, very well, especially since some of the stuff that went on in the news a little while ago, where he absolutely stood up on behalf of sexual assault survivors in a massive, massive, massive way. his stuff does very, very fucking well. As a result, social media accounts, social media platforms don't want to censor the things that he's saying because they want him to do well because they get more ad revenue if he does well. If that makes sense. So they don't want to censor the word cunt as much. Whereas the only people that really use the word vagina are like health educators or sex educators or biology educators. The only people that are going to use those words are people that are talking from an education point of view, and that doesn't do quite as well, so they're happy to censor that shit. It's really fucking stupid, if I do say so myself. It wants to meet someone who's been using sanitary towels wrong. You thought they were supposed to stick to her and not the underwear? Oh, God, Shafiq. I just feel sorry for them because that just proves how terrible their education was when it came to that stuff. They were probably left to fend for themselves. It was just like, all right, you've had your period. Do something about it. Looks up period products. Oh, these things. Doesn't know how they fucking work because they've never had to put one in before, you know? Bless them. Bless them. If there's no one who teaches you these things, how could you know? Exactly. Exactly. That's the real problem. There's a whole thing too. People still carrying them as a protest. Good, honestly. Just call me Bliss. I love that. If I was a student in Texas, I would also be carrying around a dildo. Because cocks, not glocks. That's why I'm talking about it with shame. Without shame, it's so important. I completely agree. Wild Squeak, how you doing? How's it going? Can't ban guns because people want one. We can't prevent them. Then turn around and rubber penis. Not in my America. Exactly. But do you know what it all comes down to, don't we? We know what this is. This is the patriarchy reinforcing male insecurities. If your wife has a dildo, that obviously means you're not very good in bed. What? Where did that come from? It must be. Otherwise, why wouldn't they be using your penis? They might be really into double penetration. You might be away for long periods of time. They could have a higher sex drive than you. There are a million reasons why somebody would want it. Maybe you are a shit husband. And it's got nothing to do with your sexual prowess, but just the fact that they don't actually want to touch you because you're a shit piece of person. Do you know what I mean? Too old for that shit. For me, it just translates to I want to behave like an asshole without repercussions. What did I miss? I know what it's supposed to mean, but it's how it comes across. What? Oh. The serving cunt? No. Yeah, that whole thing. No. It's entirely down to how popular usually stand-up comedy is when it comes to that, and probably songs as well, like R&B songs that say the word cunt and stuff like that. Side note to the ban on sex toys being in Texas, government in early 2000s ended up with a bankruptcy. Oh, hold on. In early 2000s, you were allowed to say the words here. Can't give a duck. They ended up in the early 2000s, ended up with a bankruptcy sale of sex toy shop, and they confiscated all of the sex toys. So you had the opportunity to buy a shop worth of sex toys from the state, and the official banned their ownership. Oh, wow. Wow. So they just kept all the sex toys for themselves, right? That's the only other answer. Meanwhile, YouTube and Facebook ads have full fronted nudity. I have definitely seen, I literally have saved a screenshot on my phone, which I can't show you because it is explicit. I've saved a screenshot on my phone of an advert on Facebook for AI. It was an AI company who literally was like, take a photo and get AI to remove their clothing. And I screenshot it because I was like, this can't be a fucking thing. No one is going to believe me if I don't screenshot it now. So I screenshot the entire thing. I naturally reported it because I was like, that's disgusting. That's not okay at all. But I don't think Meta did anything about it because Meta don't give a shit about human beings. But yeah, I literally was just like, what? I know that YouTube and Facebook, I don't know, because the thing is, it's weird. I want to say Meta overall, but I know that Facebook and Instagram have two separate business models and two separate CEOs. They literally are completely different companies, even though they're both owned by Meta, which is annoying as fuck when it comes down to any kind of correlation between the two of them if you are using it for a business purpose. But anyway, Facebook's pretty loose with it, and YouTube's pretty loose with it, and Twitter are pretty loose with it. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. They're pretty loose with their adverts. They will let any kind of adverts go on at all in any way, shape, or form. Unsurprising for Twitter because dickhead Musky Poos is in charge, isn't he? Been there, done that. Accepted, and they do not deserve. We hope we feel better soon. Thank you very much for saying that for you. In manga, they also use glowy voids. Yeah. There's no need to all to censor all of those words. It does make it super hard to read pieces of text. Thank you very much, Sam. Yeah. It's all right. We're like I did manage to work it out, but I was a little confused for a second. It's because I also, in order to try and keep up with chat, I try and scan read, which means that I'm grabbing blocks of text, as it were. No worries, Mel. You take it easy. Welcome on in. Let's go use fanny ball and shite to this guy's naughty words. Shite's a naughty word, though. Shihalion. That's a naughty word. Use the dildos as symbols of resistance. People in the US have been throwing them at ICE agents at cars and sticking them in places where these flock surveillance cameras. I've not been keeping too up to date with all of that because it really depresses me because there's fuck all I can do about it. But I have seen a few of the videos and I do find them very entertaining. Can't give a duck. My bad. You use speech to text and it does it automatically. I got you. No, in which case I fully appreciate that. Can't give a duck. We will always make exceptions for accessibility, you beautiful being. We'll always make exceptions for accessibility. I didn't realize that was the case, or certainly I forgot that was the case, you beautiful being. I like mangas and manhwas that are online medium only and use funny stuff for censorship, like cucumbers and peaches. Cracks me up. Yeah. Susie, how you doing? Welcome on in. Love my eyeshadow. Thank you very much. My eyes are very dry today. I've been picking up my mascara to go with my guy line and my guy shadow. Put it all in my man bag. But yeah, thank you so much. Welcome on in. Not surprised. They fuck women all the time. Good for them. I fully support this. Women's health needs to be researched. It's hell trying to maneuver perimenopause because doctors just dismiss everything. Yep, very true. Very, very true. Just saying you're just getting old, or that's normal. Thanks for your education. No, I do my absolute best. There's obviously, within a certain degree, I'm very, very well aware of my male privilege, my white privilege, my cisgender male privilege, etc. I'm also very well aware of the fact that education is pretty fucking awful when it comes to an awful lot of things. So I do my best to educate where I can. For sure. Francois, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Can I get a shout out for Francois, please? Darling moderators. If I've got one available, you beautiful bean. Tantalite, welcome on in. Seeing your stuff on Facebook. Thought I'd wander into stream. I appreciate that. Welcome on in, you beautiful individual. People go check out my dear friend Francois. Francois is a, he says retro streamer, and majority of the time he is in the retro category. However, he is a franchise streamer. He plays entire franchises from the first ever game released right the way to the last ever game released, with a very couple minor exceptions. He also does Fraz's Freaky Thursdays, which is on Thursday. He'll play a game of his choosing because otherwise he'd go completely insane with the monotony of Rayman. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, he's good people. Good people is Francois. Good entertainer, highly, highly amusing. And I think that many of you will enjoy his banterous ridiculousness and his very alluring face. Very alluring. Absolutely. Educate where you can, cunt where you can't. Exactly. Exactly. What more do you need? What more do you need? For those people who have just joined us, the reason why we are saying the word cunt so much is because it turns out that social media it suppresses any educational content that says the word vagina. You use the correct scientific terms like vagina and vulva, it will suppress you in the algorithm so that nobody will ever see. It's like the equivalent of being shadow banned effectively. Whereas you can say the word cunt because comedians use it all the time and like certain music uses it in their lyrics, and that's all perfectly fucking fine. So the reason why we're using it a lot is because it is the particular topic of conversation around censorship and what have you. You know? Won't say sorry, just had to. No, I see you, Bear. I see you, cheeky devil. Horrible sensitive for you, just 100% to let you know what to say. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for being understanding. I knew you would be. I knew you would be. Absolutely. You got banned for being naked under your clothes. Effectively, yeah. Effectively. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. I really don't know. Welcome on in. It's okay to make second questions without redeem. Oh, sex questions without being redeem. Oh my God, Valen. Use your words. Is it okay to make sex questions without the redeem being active right now? Do you know what? I'll turn the redeem back on because I definitely forgot and I was meant to turn it on yesterday. So give me 2 seconds and I will do that for you now because I completely forgot. Thank you very much for reminding me. What did I turn off? Let's have a look-see. Ask Val a Schmeck's question. Turn that one back on. Praise the mods is on. Ask an industry question. I'm not in the mood for Smolders right now, so we'll leave that one off. That one can go on. That one can go on. Too tired for Smolders. Too tired for Smolders. That one can go on. I'll leave that one off for now. That one can go on. And that one can go on. And that one can go on. I'll allow that. Anything else? No. I don't think I need to save it. It should automatically save. Right, so those are back on now. If you want to redeem Ask a Sex question, breaking up the conversation. No, you're all right. You're all right. If you want to do it, if you want to use your channel points to do it so that it gets highlighted and I get to it, then you are welcome to do so. You can always just ask in chat. I just can't guarantee that I'll answer it. That's the reason why we have the highlight, you know. Or we have the channel point redeem, so it is highlighted. When would you want to? Would you want to be a legend in his own pants or a legend in other people's pants? That is exactly what I want. Both. Both is the answer to that question, Gecko the Dev. Both. Why can I not have both? I'm greedy. Let me have both. Singing a dildo in the view field of security cameras is hilarious. I love that. Yeah, it's brilliant. I'm fortunate to be able to take Wednesdays off, and today I have no appointments or personal admin to do, so it's truly a day off. Oh my God. Good Lord, a content creator with a day off, Bear? Oh no, I thought you were Fras because your name's in the same color. That's how bad it is. My brain is so gooey today, friends. I have had sweet fuck all sleep in days. So it's gooey. But I'm glad that you were able to take the day off, Bear, you beautiful bean. I'm glad that you were able to take the day off and come hang out with us. You know, perv on me in my sexy trousers. You know? I can be whoever you want me to be. Funnily enough, so can Bear. So I'm noticing I never see Francois and SI 3D printing in the same room at the same time. Just saying. Just saying. All right. Would love to stream some of my pixelation creations because it's cozy, but it can only do that on the safe work stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Hey, now I'm an affiliate. I'm also retired, so no rest for me. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't know a single person that has retired and then become more restful. Everyone seems to retire and then do all the activities they always wanted to do, or get busy with something else, you know. To join that right now is women's health in general, not just get taken seriously ever. 50% of all humanity. Are you joking? Yep. Well, they're not joking. They're just shit.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you
Thank you so much for the follow, Susie. I appreciate that. I don't normally call people out in case they're lurking, but I saw you say hi in chat earlier, so I'll happily say thank you for the follow. Quim to the Quimless. Exactly. Not everything I recorded was smut, but tipping the velvet is smutty. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Absolutely. I give you a recommendation for hardcore smut. I'm glad to hear it. Am I able to PM you a paragraph? If it's already been recommended, little K, then there's no need to. The issue with direct messages and stuff is that it just gets lost. Everything gets lost in my inboxes because I get an awful lot of direct messages. I don't want to close off my DMs. I don't want to close off my PMs, DMs, whatever you want to call it. Because I do speak to people on there and stuff, and there's still like companies that reach out via various different platforms. But I do get so many that I just can't respond. I can't respond to them all. It's not possible. It's not possible. It would literally be a full-time job to respond to just that. And I have the equivalent of about 4 full-time jobs at the moment, you know? Knew you wanted smoke from the moment I saw the post, hence why I gave the recommendations. I appreciate that. I haven't checked them all out because I saw a few people getting the wrong idea, and I was like, I would like something gothic, something, you know, old school goth, like Dracula and Frankenstein. People are like, why don't you check out Interview with the Vampire? And I'm like, that is not smut. That is not smut. You've got a couple of big issues with Detroit Become Human as well. Okay, interesting. Looking for less Interview with the Vampire and more Morning Glory Milking Farm. Basically, yeah. But like more gothic Glory Milking Farm. Morning Goth Milking Farm, you know? Lipstick with a lot of sex, her body and other parties is erotically charged, but I would not call it erotica, but worth reading. Interesting. Right, how far behind am I? Really far behind. Naturally, of course I am. Of course I'm really far behind. Why else would I be doing anything? Wonder how a Monster Rancher franchise would run like. I don't know. Francois, have you ever done Monster Rancher? How am I? Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. It's finally done. I'm glad that you have finally finished Rayman. I did appreciate it. Do you have another one? I know that you're playing Sid Meier's Pirates at the moment, but are you have you got another one set up to replace Rayman in your franchise list? Perchance. I know I recommended a game to you, but I know that you also have a million things, you know what I mean? If you don't change your sinful ways, I'm going to get my god to turn off the sun later. Be warned! I can't wait. I am actively going to be more sinful, Francois. I'm going to be more sinful. I'm going to put my little pinky finger right in my piss hole and then put it up a consenting adult's nose hole just to really see whether you will turn off the sun at some time between 10 to 7 and 10 past 7. I'm intrigued. Challenge accepted. Enter view of the vampire. Definitely, you know. May the eclipse release the heathens. I can't wait. I do not have the special glasses though. I thought I did, but I don't. I don't have the special glasses anymore, unfortunately. So I will have to do the whole, what is it? Stab a hole in a piece of paper and watch it on another piece of paper thing. Unless you have the specific sunglasses, friends, do not look at the sun. Get a colander out. Exactly. Do not look at the sun. It's very, very bad for you. Your eyes do not have, the back of your eyes do not have pain receptors. You don't know what kind of damage you're doing to yourself. Okay. Fabulous Beans, welcome newbies. How you doing, Mel? How's it going, you beautiful bean? The Vagina Monologues has a lot to say about cunt. Was it the Vagina Monologues I watched? No, I don't think it was. There was a production that I once watched because I was doing the tech for it. I was doing the lighting and sound for this theater production many years. Fucking hell, nearly 20 years ago now. And it was a series of monologues from women, but it was like 3 of the 17 monologues, and they did 3 of them, and I really struggled because they didn't like intersperse like bits with other bits. They was just like one person does a monologue, then the next person in the line does a monologue, then the third person in the line does a monologue, and each monologue was 45 minutes to an hour long, and I was just like, give me something to be slightly more interested. Maybe it was very interesting and I just wasn't fucking listening, but I struggled. I really, really struggled. I don't think if I remember correctly, I found certain elements of the performance quite laborsome, and when my brain switches off, I struggle to pay attention. But I was just like, oh wow, okay, come on, there's got to be more interesting than this. At least move around the stage a bit. No, you're just gonna stand there. Okay, fair enough, fine. So Cunty McCuntington of Cuntville is acceptable on various different social medias from what I've read. Yeah, dildos are expensive. I wouldn't throw mine at ice agents. What would you do? I mean, use period pads. Yeah, do it. Let's not get into conversations about what we'd throw about ice agents, friends. I do not have the brain capacity to start going down that particular subject at the moment, you know. Uni section focusing solely on Immanuel Kant in Danish accent. It sounds very deliberate, and every single time you say the name, yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Did the same during the vagina monologues. Yeah. I can't remember whether it was the vagina monologues or maybe something that was based on the vagina monologues. By the way, friends, I have zipped forward. I've whipped all the way down to like towards the bottom area. So if I have missed something vitally important, you are allowed to repeat it in chat. That is not a problem. I will warn you though, in approximately 19 minutes, we will be looking at the games that we have got selected today for the chat vote, for you all to vote on what games we're going to be playing today. And then we'll go for a quick break during the 3-minute ad break so I can go snaffle some description of snaffly treats and make myself a cup of tea so I can get all of the caffeine, because I need it today. I need another cup of tea. It's too fucking hot for a cup of tea, but I need another cup of tea. You know? Ends up with so many strange language tweaks. The amount of Quinky creators I follow, because God forbid you say kinky. Yep. Quinky. And yeah, like, I mean, fucking hell, you might have seen some of the shit I say. It's like say Quinky and then meaty love truncheon instead of penis, and cave of wonders instead of vagina, and fucking baby gravy instead of semen. Is just I try to be inventive with my language when talking about that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Ooh. Oh. Line for talking about ice stuff. Thank you very much. Yeah. If people are talking about dildos and stuff, please make sure that you are being very specific about not having any kind of reference to ice or the fact that the ice agents have been used or anything like that. We are done talking about ice and bits and pieces. The mods will not have done any of that out of maliciousness, and will not have deleted anybody's comments out of maliciousness. It is basically because I have said that I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff anymore. So anything to do with ice is not. If you want to talk about dildos, just dildos by themselves, you are welcome to do that. Just don't have any reference to all of the shit going on in America at the moment, because I don't have the mental capacity for it today. You know? Can we see the sexy trousers? To be fair, they're very baggy trousers. I'm very warm today, see? It's just very, very chill, very relaxed, sort of cozy scenario happening, because it is real warm and toasty. How's it going, Stubedia? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Right then. You not had enough sleep? I know that is and it is unusual for me, Mel Signoff. It is absolutely unusual for me. I am very much the kind of person that will sleep for 8 hours. Doesn't matter what time. Like, I will go to bed and I will sleep for 8 hours. I'm definitely being woken up at approximately 8 o'clock every morning, because the sun hits my bedroom window and it fucking cooks me. So I have no choice but to wake up at approximately 8 a.m. when the sun is at perfect angle to hit my fucking window, apparently. I also, because of the fact that it is so cool during the evening, my brain wakes up and goes, it's cool enough to work now. So I'm not, realistically speaking, getting settled for bed, and certainly not getting settled for sleep till maybe 3 in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning. So at most, I am getting like 5 hours sleep a night. At absolute most, I am getting 5 hours sleep a night. On top of that, at the moment, I am also, my brain is also processing a load of stuff in my subconscious. As a result, I'm assuming it's processing a lot of stuff in my subconscious. As a result, I have got some weird ass fucking dreams going on. So my lack of sleep is definitely there. It's not a problem by any stretch of imagination. It just means that I tend to be sleepier, tend to need more tea, you know? Right, I really don't know. First of all, sperm producer, how you doing? Why too little sleep? That's what I was literally just saying. Because it's so cool in the evening, my brain wakes up as soon as night falls, and I'm like, okay, cool, now I can work. And because of the heat hits my window so early in the morning, it means that at max I'm getting like 5 hours sleep. Do you know what I mean? I can't exist on less than 6 minimum. Normally, back like in the winter months, I will go to sleep at like 1 a.m. and I will wake up at 8 or 9 a.m. Even without alarm clocks. Because my brain, like I literally go to bed at 1 a.m. and I'm just like, cool, I am now going for my 7 hours sleep, 7 to 8 hours sleep, and I'm done. That's me good. Wake up, all fine and dandy, no issues. But yeah, at the moment it's causing a problem. How's it going, Druid? How you doing? Right, I really don't know. Are you still here? Before I answer your sex question, are you still here? I just want to check that you are still in chat. You are fantastic. If you don't want to change your sinful ways, yeah, exactly. So you've used your channel points to ask me a sex education question. For those people that don't know, I am a sex educator on the internet, so people can use their channel points to ask me questions directly. If people would like to do it privately, there is an option on my Ko-fi. It's like £3 to ask me a private sex education question, because some people don't like to put themselves out there like that, you know? Quick question: why some people feel attracted to characters with characters with animal traits, stuff like girls with cat ears and tails, man with wolf ears, that are more discreet and cute, all the way to full furry transformations and more provocative content. That is quite a complex scenario. I really don't know. A lot of it, psychologically speaking, it can come from various different aspects. As with all kinks and sexual preferences and bits and pieces, there can be various different things that input into it in regards to culture and upbringing and exposure to certain things, including stuff that gets you excited about certain things and bits and pieces, you know? There is a kink for everything. There is absolutely a kink for everything, and that's okay. That's not a problem. You know, we're not here to kink shame by any stretch of the imagination. In regards to certain people, like there's an entire pup community in the LGBTQIA that really enjoy the obedience side of it. They like performing like a dog because it takes them out of themselves. They like performing like a dog because it means that they have to be super obedient and they have to behave in the way that their owner or master, etc., instructs. In some scenarios, it's because of the fact that they've grown up with certain types of anime and they've really identified with certain characters or certain styles of characters in regards to like characters that act more like cats, and therefore they want to wear the cat ears and they want to have the cat tail. Characters that act more like wolves and hunters, so they have the wolf ears and the wolf tail. There's those elements of it. There are also elements of like the fursona side of things. Now, before we get into like furries and stuff like that, I do want to prerequisite by saying that not all furries or people into furries are sexually attracted to furries. It is not always a kink thing. It is not always a sexual thing. In fact, I would say that maybe 10 to 20% of it, or 10 to 20% of people that are into furries are into it from a sexual point of view. The other people could just like the aesthetic of it. They like the aesthetic of it. They like the characterization of it. They like the caricatured nature of those styles of characters and what have you. In exactly the same way that some people like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, these people like the dynamics of fursonas. They like the cuddly nature of them. They like the almost naive / innocent nature of them. And again, don't mean in a sexual way. Just mean just purely in characteristics, okay? There are, however, people that genuinely are more attracted to that kind of dynamic, the idea of like a humanoid figure, but with certain characteristics from animals. That doesn't mean that they're into bestiality. No matter what people fucking say, that doesn't mean that they are into bestiality. However, there are people who take that to the more extreme level that are into bestiality. Okay? Bestiality is not okay. An animal can never ever consent to any description of sexual congress with a human being. They cannot fucking do that. It is not okay. It is never all right. It is never a good scenario. No. Not okay. Under any circumstance, you know? That is where the line is. That is where the line is. Anybody who wants to indulge in fucking furry shit, anyone who wants to indulge in the furry kink, anyone who wants to indulge in dildos that are based off of dragons or based off of werewolves or based off of fucking, I don't know, whales, whatever, do your thing. It's fine. It's a bit of fucking silicone that's in an interesting shape. It's not a fucking problem. You do your bits. You know what I mean? It's not a fucking issue. That just because you are interested in interestingly shaped dildos does not mean that you are into bestiality. There is a very clear differentiation between those things, you know? That question kind of came to my mind because I remember that some animal character from Disney, Lady and the Tramp, Spirit Stallion of Cameron, and sometimes people are like, why do I feel attracted to that animal? I don't think it would qualify as a sex question. The answer to that question, I really don't know, is because of the fact that they... because of the fact that Disney and these other animated places specifically give those animal characters human characteristics. They speak like human, they think like human, they have human eyes. Every single one of those characters acts, behaves, and has the eyes of human beings. It is the human element of those characters that draws in the intrigue of the onlooker. If it turns out that that character is particularly appealing, like the character, not the visual fucking horse or what else did you say there? Disney Lady and the Tramp, the dogs or the cats or whatever. It's not necessarily the animal that they're attracted to. It's the human characteristics, the human mannerisms, the human personality that will have drawn them in. Most of the time. Have you ever changed a nappy before? Yes, I have. I have nephews. I have younger brothers and sisters when they were younger. I was the eldest of 4. I've had cousins. I have grown up with a very, very large family. I have indeed changed a nappy before. Yes. Very odd question to first come in and ask. Is there a reason that you are asking? Perchance? Unsurprisingly, infant children don't do well when they are festering in their own feces. So it is good to change the diaper / nappy of the child. I haven't changed an adult nappy before. I know that some people have a kink for that. That is not my cup of tea by any stretch of the imagination. If it's between consenting adults, I don't give a flying fuck, but it's not my thing. I don't want to be anywhere near that by any stretch of the imagination. And I also know that when human beings get to an older age, sometimes they require adult nappies because they lose control of their own bowel systems. And that is no shame on that. And all of my love goes out to the carers that deal with those people and are able to clean them up and give them some description of dignity. Absolutely. Were whales. Yeah, I was struggling with that one. But yeah, in answer to your question, I really don't know, is there is a lot of different dynamics. Sometimes, in regards to like the more furry side of things, it kind of, I suppose it kind of goes with the anime side of things as well. Is, as you've said, you talk about like Disney characters or Disney cartoon characters that draw in a certain level of attraction. It's because they've gained, like, I've definitely met furries before who were like, oh yeah, I really was in, say for example, Lady and the Tramp. I watched Lady and the Tramp and I was really drawn in by their characters and stuff, and I thought it'd be really cool to have like a humanoid version of those characters, and that's where I came up with my fursona and bits and pieces. That's kind of where that can grow from. But there are usually, with kinks in general, there are usually a lot of different aspects that feed into where that kink comes from, if that makes sense. I hope that answers your question. I really don't know, but it's not a simple answer. But just because somebody's into like the cat ears and stuff, it could literally just be down to the fact that it looks cute. You know what I mean? Cat ears look cute, and they're like, I feel cute wearing this, so I like wearing the cat ears. I feel cute wearing a butt plug with a fucking fox's tail coming out of it, so I like wearing it. You know, it makes them feel good about themselves. Doesn't necessarily make them think that they're a fox or some kind of animal hybrid or what have you. It's just that sometimes it makes them feel cute. But the scale is fucking massive, from people who feel cute doing it to people who identify with certain characters and like want to represent some of that, to people that are well into their fursona side of things, to people who sexualize fursonas or into interesting shaped bits and pieces, to right the way through to monster fetish, to people who genuinely fetishize monsters, that dynamic of being taken by a hideous creature and what have you. And then there is a line there, and after that is where you get into the immorality side of things, of like bestiality and shit like that. And this is one of the major issues that a lot of people have, especially when it comes to the furry community, because the furry community are just trying to fucking live their lives, and people who don't know sweet fuck all about it are like, they're all bestial, they're all into bestiality, they're all wanting to fuck your dog. And it's like, no, they don't. Get over yourself. Jesus fucking Christ. Those people wearing the fursonas are doing exactly the same thing as the dude wearing the giant dog costume on your American football pitch who's running around pranking audience members. Same fucking shit. You know? Yeah, I know. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Of course it does. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will mark that as complete. Right then, friends. And with that, we have got ads incoming, as it were. So, shall we have a look at the games that we have available today? The games we have available today. Spoop game. Let me change that to 5 minutes. We'll do no additional votes. And let me open up the games. In fact, I can do it that way around. We have... Ooh, need to scroll up there. This one. Cool. So we've got the first one. We have got... I'm going to try and do this slightly differently this time as well to... make it easier for everybody and make it look a little bit more professional. Okay, delightful chums, happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. If I do this, oh no, that doesn't work. That doesn't bloody work. But if I do it this way instead, kazoo. This does work. Yes. I'm not even here. I am invisible. I am hiding behind the thing, but I'm hoping that it will give you a good implication of what we're all about. First, we have the Crow's Eye, which, as I understand it, is some kind of spooky wandering through insane asylums, creepy, investigative kind of thing, which I always like. I always like things. Hell no, welcome on in. How you doing? Next, we have... Hello. There we go. Last Report, which is like an indie horror game that's very pixel graphics, amusingly pixel graphics, as we've been talking about pixel graphics, where I believe that we are some description of forest ranger and weird esoteric shit is going on in the forest. Next, we have Bendy and the Dark Revival. We played Bendy in the Ink Machine, and I was going to play the other Bendy games before playing Bendy in the Dark Revival, but no one was interested in them. So maybe you'd be interested in Bendy in the Dark Revival instead, because I know a few of you have played this. Next we have Choo Choo Charles. Oh, wait, I need to give you a heads up. I know you've already seen it and stuff like that, but heads up, trigger warning, the next screen has a big sort of clowny face on it, and a choo-choo train with spider legs. All right? Imagine Thomas the Tank Engine with spider legs. We did start playing this. I'm gonna give you it, all right? I'm gonna give you it now. 3, 2, you got time to avert your eyes. 1, now. Okay. Choo Choo Charles, we started playing this the other week. Keep trying to drive in chat. I know, I forget that it exists. We started playing this the other week, and I really enjoyed it. I think if this gets voted for today, then we will probably finish it today. It doesn't seem like a massive game, so I think I'll probably finish it in one more stream, I would imagine. Or the final game of the options, friends, is Project Zomboid. Now, Project Zomboid has recently released a stable condition, in inverted commas. It's been very popular. A lot of people played it. I have played a little bit of it, but if you choose Project Zomboid, I will allow a level of backseat gaming, because the entire thing is very it's got a steep learning curve, shall we say. But I know it's very popular for people to watch it. I've been watching it fucking loads recently, and I know that a lot of people really enjoy it. So I thought, do you know what? Fuck it, let's put it as a bit of a curveball. It's not the normal kind of game that I would play, but if people would like to see it, then I will happily play it. You know what I mean? So Project Zomboid, with chat being able to assist me in some way, shape, or form in trying desperately to survive hordes and hordes of undead sexy people trying to eat my face. Choo Choo Charles, Thomas the Tank Engine with spider legs. Bendy and the Dark Revival. Imagine if ye olde 1930s Disney decided to worship a giant evil ink monster. Last Report. Pixels turned tentacles. Tentacles, pixels, and forest stuff. Now it sounds like a hentai. Or the Crow's Eye. Investigating weird stuff in dirty abandoned buildings with nothing to aid me but a tiny little Zippo lighter. Those are your options, my dear friends. Those are your options. So, friends, get up, have a stretch your eyes, look some in distance, then look back again. Don't forget to take your meds. If you haven't done it already, take them now. If you are wearing a binder, have a couple of deep breaths. Excuse me. If you're wearing a binder, have a couple of deep breaths. Stretch those lungs out. Stretch those rib cages and never wear a binder longer is medically recommended. If you have left stuff in the washing machine, now's a good time to get it taken out. If you have not checked your sell-by dates on your condoms and lubricants, now is a good time to do it as well. And also, it's a good time to put some sex toys aside that need cleaning. If you haven't cleaned your sex toys recently, it'd be worth doing. Okay? Make sure you get them on charge as well. Nobody wants a sad battery going when you are trying to get climax, all right? There will be 3 minutes of adverts. The vote should be above chat up here somewhere, so you can select whichever one you want. Whichever of the games that you would like to see today, we will start that game as soon as the adverts are over. I will run 3 minutes of adverts, but you're not going to be missing out on anything because you know, I'm not going to be here. So I'll be back in a moment, cheeky little devil. See you in a second. Okay, friends, thank you very much for waiting. I did that foolish thing. That foolish thing of putting water in the kettle and then going for a wee and wash my piss mittens and then coming back downstairs and realized that I hadn't turned the kettle on because I was a fool. I was a fool, I tell you. So now we are. Right, what have we got? You little fucks. You little bastards. 38% of you said the crow's eye. And 38% of you said Choo Choo Charles. We have a fucking tie. You're welcome. Fuck you. I fucking hate ties. Before I started Twitch, all right? Before I started Twitch, before I was a Twitch streamer, I used to love tie breaks. I was like, yeah, tie break. It's all fun and games, shits and giggles. So, like, two people win, you know? It's really nice dynamic and what have you. Now I have got a passionate hatred. A passionate hatred of tie breaks because of this entire dynamic. Right, so Crow's Eye and Choo Choo Charles. All right, and then 22% of you said Project Zomboid. Okay, fair enough. And 3% of you said Bendy and the last on the Dark Revival. Okay, cool. Nobody said Last Things. In which case, cool. We will do another one. New poll. Pick you fools between Choo Choo Charles and the Crow's Eyeball. No, not corals. The Crow's Eyeball. We will make it 2 minutes. So that you, whoever it was that was picking on the other stuff, you now have less stuff. Do you know what I mean? Zomboid, best cowboy, how you doing? Welcome on. Yes, alas, Zomboid was not in the top vote. However, from what I understand, the gameplay of... Well, we'll probably finish Choo Choo Charles today if that gets voted for. And as I understand it, Crow's Eye gameplay will probably end up... We may well complete that in one stream itself, which means that Zomboid will be on the vote for next stream, next week. As an extra thing. You know what I mean? I'm surprised that so many of you wanted to see Zomboid, but I'm okay with that. Do you know what I mean? Is it Zomboid as in Femoid? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's very much a survival game where you do your best to survive as hordes of zombies appear and crowd around you and desperately want to touch you in your sphincter. It's not their fault. They're only zombies, you know? Tempted by my sultry, sexy asshole. Thank fuck. Yeah. No, there's... Oh, as in... Yeah, I've seen that whole thing of being, like, people calling women foids, which is void with an F, or femoid. And it's like, why? Well, they've obviously got nothing to them. Oh, fuck off. Grow up, you piece of shit. No worries, Shafiq. You take it easy. You take it easy. I hope you, whatever it is you're doing with the rest of your day, you have a good time. Wake up to all this sexiness. I know, Becca. It's outrageous. Look at the size of my clavage today. I have buttoned all the way. Like most people, you've got your top button, okay, which would make me look very smart. Then you have your second button, okay, and they say, oh, second button, okay, opened it all the way up and stuff. And that's where normally people stop. And then there's like the third button, and people are like, wow, that's a bit fucking outrageous. Why would anyone ever do that? Then there's like the fourth button, and people are like, Jesus, like that is so much cleavage. Why would you do this scenario? And I have gone for the fifth button down so that I can get as much air to my cashmere rug of love, because of the fact that that it is really fucking warm today. And I'm having a cup of tea because I'm A, really hot, and B, need the fucking air. I need the caffeine. That's what I need. You know what I mean? Deviant! I am a maximum deviant. Cashmere rug of love, you know it. You know it. Take it easy, Shafiq. You take it easy, beautiful bean. Okay, 62% of you said the Crow's Eye, and 38% of you said Choo Choo Charles. Alrighty. Do you need some water poured on you? Pour some sugar on me. Okay, so Crow's Eye has been voted for. Let's change the game title to... Oh, I don't think I can do that one. Don't know. Corvid is watching you. First playthrough. Because I have not played this game before. No backseating. Because the less I know about the game, the happier I am as a human being. And then we change the game category to The Crow's Eye. Very well. Very well, very well, very well. Okie pokey. So we've changed all of that. Move you over here. Pull you up. And get you going. Get you going. The Corvid is walking onto the top of the RV again. I know! I hate it when that happens. Hate it when that happens. Music. Shush. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and then we pop over here. Pull this one up. Oh, cheeky. And change our Wednesday game to The Crow's Eyeball. And we're in for it. Or we would be if it didn't freeze on me. The Crow's Eye. A spooky game for spooky people. I don't know anything about this game. I don't know anything about this game. I know that it's relatively short. Bulls Gaming, how you doing? How's it going? As in, it should be done in 4 to 5 hours, I believe. We will open up the settings because we're all about that stuff. Field of view 60, that's fine. Physics quality high. We don't really need anything more than that. Save changes. WASD, grab objects, that's fine. Rotate objects, run, shift, space, control, great action. Inventory is tab. Let's change that to map, M to map, and then that to F, because that's what I'm more used to. Use selected item. We can change that to E, because there is a good chance that I will use that instead. And use skill, that can be Q. Don't give a shit about all of these things, that's fine. Video, that's okay, that'll do. In fact, technically, I can go a bit higher than that, that's fine. There we go. Hello. Oh, look at that. Even better. Don't need any of that shit. Limited FPS to 60, because that's the absolute maximum that Twitch can do. So there's no need to do anything more than that. Sure. Whatever that stuff is, that's fine. Save the changes. Cool. Audio. Show subtitles definitely on. Right. Music volume goes down to there. Sure. Voices and recordings stay up. Ambient volume can go down to about there. That's fine. General volume can stay at that. Save. Okay. And then back all the way down here. So now it's no longer just a thing. We've got all of this stuff here as well. You can't see, but there it is. The Crow's Eye. Fun and games. This idea worked, you said, about when we've been going through some bits and now including going to Hemsby last night to see the fireworks. Finally, we were cancelled, so I took the kids round the arcade instead. Bulls Gaming, I am so fucking glad to hear that, friend. I'm really glad that it worked out for you. I hope that you continue to have a budding, wonderful relationship, you cheeky little devil, you. See, what? Ceiling Corvid is watching you masturbate? Oh my god. The eyeball of the crow. That's what it should be. Corvid's eyeball. Never mind. Anyway, new game. I don't know anything about this. This is going to be as interesting to you as it is to me. Move the slider until the image in the circle is barely visible. Now, I've got a bright light in my eyeball. The image inside the circle, I can't see an image inside the circle. Does anyone see an image inside the circle? Can anybody else in chat? Genuine question. Can any of you see the image inside the circle? Spooky game for spooky people is still tickling me. Spooky game for spooky people. Exactly. Exactly, best guy cover. How you doing? How's it going? Nope. You see the image typically, Insane, yeah? I ain't seeing shit. It's very bright gray, so yeah. Oh, right, okay. I am seeing sweet jack shit. So I'll put it there, because oh, wait. Is it this circle? When it says the image inside the circle is barely visible, I was expecting something to show up here, as opposed to there being two circles. Do you see the circle inside the circle, Eris, or do you see something else? There's a rabbit in the circle? I'm checking from all angles here. Well, I don't see the rabbit. Until the image inside the circle is barely visible. Well, I don't see it, and that's at max brightness. So we'll go with that. Wow. All characters appearing in this game are fictitious. Any resemblance to real persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Nobody on my screen? No, I didn't see nothing. Okay. Oh my god. Not his hands on me. Run, my son. Here I am, in a lost and lonely, it's tearing. Do. University of Crowswood, 1966, attempt 288. What have we got here? Pow! I suspect they want you to play this in a dark room, probably. Probably. What is this? What did I pick up? Oh, left click on the Zippo lighter to drag it around in your inventory. Okay. Can we just do that? That's cool. 1. Aha. Okay. Press V to play.
March 28th, 1947.
Okay.
This university is madness. I honestly don't even understand how I accepted collaborating in this case. I shouldn't have listened to my wife.
Shouldn't.
I know she thinks I'm capable, but I'm just not ready. These pills they prescribed me make me feel weak. And I don't know if I'll be of much help.
Whoever those pills that was prescribed to me make me feel weak. I am not of much health, but it also doesn't look like I have like a fuel gauge on my I need a key to open this door. Very well. Let us find a key. There is a key. Open the door, says I. As you walk through the rooms, they will be unlocked on the map. That's fine. Oh, it wants me to press it? You can see all the unlocked areas. Okay, cool.
Hello? Testing. Ooh,
Hello?
yes, perfect. Welcome once again to the beginning of the experiment. Circumstances have changed since the last time you were here, but you probably don't even remember. I'll remind you then, there are no rules unless I feel like adding them. Just remember, this is no race. You can take all the time you want. Let the show go on!
Okay, so I'm in some kind of completely batshit insane entertainment show. Very well. I'm going to use this as a description of self-defense device. We have got stuff. We're in some description of laboratory. What is this? Hello? Can I not just get out of the window? Apparently not. Apparently not. Morning Beats, what are we playing? How's it going, Vet Girl? We have just had the vote, and the vote came in at Crow's Eye. Was there supposed to be subtitles? I don't know whether there was for that, because I don't know whether that falls into ambient noise, because it's not a specific thing talking. Which is, I mean, the one downside to indie dev games is the fact that sometimes there are like oversights with stuff like that. But generally, I mean, it's certainly got the ambience. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I can see that we are now in 1966, presumably. Can I pick this up? It's a very interesting advanced CCTV camera for 1966, but that's okay. Hello? Subtitles are very small. Can you change it? Not really, I don't think. Because it was in audio, it just says on. The other thing that I could do, I suppose, is I could change this to 920 by 1080. Which makes everything a little bit bigger. Cuts down my field of view a little. Go into the person not wearing a dress toilet. Romualdo Here, Jack Muse, Samantha Smith, and Edward Shipman. A picture of the students missing in class. My God. I will take this for more investigations. Ah, yes, the piss trough. That is where people piss, in a trough. Anything here? No. Somebody had a terrible case of shitting blood. You should go see a medical professional. The door is blocked from the other side. Maybe there is somebody wearing a dress in there, because that is the dress wearing facility. I'm wondering why it was getting me to drop this down. Is it a defensive thing? Let's put it there. If I need to come back and throw it at someone later, I can do. Oversight glitches, all the fun. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I can work, so as long as they're not game-breaking glitches, I'm, generally speaking, can be pretty forgiving. The door is indeed blocked from the other side. It is 9 p.m. and the clock is not ticking. What happened here? Ferrets. Moles? Maybe moles. Maybe it was moles. Ferrets? Moles? Very suspicious. Pictures in the shitter. There's all you've got to have pictures in the poop area. Genuinely though, did you realize that there has been psychological studies in regards to marketing? When I say marketing, I am referring specifically to posters and media like that. And the one place that you are more likely to consume information from a poster is the toilet. There people, like marketers, will pay premium amounts in order to advertise in like service station toilets and nightclub toilets and shit like that, because you are the least likely to be on your phones and most likely to be paying attention to the things around you while you are having a piss. Yay, psychology. Okay, let's have a look. What have we got? My God! Somebody Put a frying grill across the door. Whatever will I do? March 28th. Dear a letter from Benjamin to his wife Caroline Bennett. Dear Caroline, I am writing this letter as promised. I'm going to try and write to you every day, but you know how forgetful I am. If I fail to write one day, please do not panic. This university is truly unique. It inspires respect. Apparently, it used to be an old mansion that was remodeled as a medical university. Upon arrival, the principal had offered me to stay in a dorm within the university, as the residence is full, and there is no room for anybody else. The policemen are occupying the dorms that remained. It seemed that the police are ahead of my investigation. I must talk to them, although it's as if I was a burden. They aren't very happy about me being here, and that makes me somewhat reluctant when it comes to dealing with them. I'll keep you posted about my progress in this case, and please, do not worry. Oh, please, don't worry. I'll spare you the grisly details, pumpkin. Wouldn't want you to worry. Love you, your favorite private detective, Benjamin Bennett. Oh, that's pretty cool. The fact that you can do it this. Now, what does that say down there? Date, April 1947. Okay. Back. Hello? There's a box. It's my companion cube. I, apparently, am in a very silly state of mind, friends. Who'd have thunk it? An avalanche of crap, exactly. Just a big poop chute going down. The poop is doing the chute. Hello? Aha! I need the box. I need the companion cube. Come here. Damn it. That was too far, Valen. Benny Bennett. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Damn it. They wouldn't let me take the companion cube with me. You bastards. I was going to use that cube in order to get in the air vent. Wait a minute. This is the people with dresses lavatoire. This was closed before. Hello? Don't mean to be knocking on doors. I will leave you to get into your dresses, because we are gender inclusive in this playthrough. Are the meds making me weak? I mean, the meds could well be making me weak. You farted. Oh, save the game. Yes, save the game. La Fortuna. Is this meant to be one of those fortune teller things? La Fortuna. Somebody's been rifling through the rubbish. How dare they? Wait for the jump scare. No jump scare. Oh. A ladder. Wait for the jump scare. Hello. No jump scare. I'm guessing the ladder is so that I can go, I need a key to open that door, eh? Very well. They can't make things easy. Definitely not. I'm imagining the ladder is going to assist me. Oh, I thought this had gone. I was like, wait a minute, who's moved the big thing? is going to help me get into this air vent. Yes. I picked up the foldable ladder. And now I am crouched within. Hello? Marjorie, is that you? What was that? Now I know what was down there. Hello? It auto-saved. Somebody came through here with very bloody knees. Hello? I fell through that 3 times. Ah, yes. Tape. Exactly what a growing boy needs. Physics, exactly. Not allowed my companion cube. That's what I'm most vexed about right now. I'm not allowed my companion cube. How's it going, Miss Asia? How's it going, Authenticator? Please be aware, friends, this is a spooky game. Letter from Benjamin Bennett to his wife, Caroline Bennett. 30th of March, 1947. Dear Caroline, I haven't received any reply from you yet. Is everything all right? I need to hear from you. I had a terrible night. I couldn't sleep, and I might have taken too much medication. I've fallen into a deep sleep, and I had a nightmare that looked extremely real. In the last nightmare, I remember that I was on a cliff so dark that you couldn't see the end of it. And while after feeling anxious and having my heart in a fist, I jumped into the void, and I fell. And as I fell, I felt a little bit better. Oh, right, okay, so he's already... There we go. Trigger warning. There may be references towards suicide within this. It hasn't said he's done it. He's saying that he dreamt about it, and it felt better as he fell, you know? I've also had several nightmares about our son. You know how bad it is when this happens. I'd rather not share anything else in this regard. I've been talking to William Holtwick, the principal of the university. I intend to interrogate him, and he's somehow turned into my psychologist, provide some moral support. He has pointed out that he already knew about my condition, hence why he hasn't set any limits for me. He seemed to believe that I would accept collaborating with him in the case under these circumstances. The truth is that opening up to him has encouraged me to be a little... encourage me a little, not to be a little. That's a different thing entirely, Valen. The case is turning out to be rather complicated. We've been questioning all the faculty and the students from the university, but we haven't achieved anything remarkable yet. My God. My God. Authenticator coming in with the Ask Valor Schmex question. Let's pop over here while we do this. I'll come back to the game momentarily. Do you have any recommendations for other educators or books that discuss the topic of fingering? I had some uncomfortable experiences, and I'm looking for better knowledge and language in order to communicate with future partners. Good question. I'm not sure I do. I know that there's a podcast called Come Curious. They are fantastic sex educators. Though I don't know. I feel like they do have a podcast episode on fingering, but I couldn't tell you like what number episode it is. Mashing it like a video game controller, ain't it? Oh God, no, definitely not. There were some old books, some like 90s books. Let me see if I've got some over here. Give me 2 seconds. There were. So there's a book. This is Anne Hooper. This stuff came from like the 90s. It was a whole thing in the 90s. But I don't think I have it, or certainly haven't got it anymore. But Anne Hooper did a series, and it was like tips for him on one side and then tips for her on the other side. And that's where I like first learned about various different techniques to try. Obviously it's going to be different for every person because different people have different anatomies and what have you. But that's where I learned some stuff. There is, I don't know whether Hannah Witten is no longer a sex educator, but she used to be a sex educator on YouTube. And oh, what are you doing? Shush. Yeah, Hannah Witten used to do sex education, and she does have some videos on masturbation from a long time ago. She also did a sex education podcast called Between the Sheets. This is the YouTube channel, Hannah Witten's YouTube channel. She did a podcast called Between the Sheets, where they talk about that kind of thing. I'm trying to think specifically around fingering, whether there's anything that crops to mind, but I don't think there is. Not that immediately springs to mind regarding that kind of thing. Don't know whether I'm going to be too much help for you there, Authentic Cat, I'm afraid. I would definitely say that Hannah Witten is a phenomenal sex educator. Hannah Witten was one of the inspirations that got me to start my journey as a sex educator. Come Curious, which is C-O-M-E, Curious, is a podcast with two ladies who are fantastic individuals, and I'm pretty sure I remember listening to one of their podcast episodes that was specifically about fingering, but I could not tell you what number it was in their list. There's a few people on Instagram, yeah, but again, it's specifically like stuff specifically around fingering that I cannot think for the life of me of a specific episode that talked about fingering techniques and how they work. Maybe that's something that I should do. Maybe that is something that I should personally look into, is talking about these bits and things. Would Dr. Esme Louise be a shout? I don't know, because as much as I have deep love and respect for Dr. Esme Louise, I believe that Dr. Esme primarily does kinky history stuff. So it's more like facts about history more than anything else. How's it going, Alexandra? How are you doing, you beautiful bean? I don't think I've been a great amount of help there, I'm afraid, Authentic Eye. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to think. Like, would say if you can, let me see if I can find it on like Amazon or something, and then at the very least you can get the ISBN number for I'm sure I used to have it. Anne Hooper. Ah, interesting. 269 tips for him. Is that... Let's have a look at the quick blurby. Must have for all sexual partners. That's the reviews, but I want the blurb. Can you give me the back cover, please? Read a sample. Okay, so tips for him gives information about how to please people with vulvas. Tips for her gives information about how to please people with penises. Yeah, all of that stuff. Oh, I can't give you any more than that. I think this... I'll give you a link to this. I'll give you a cheeky little affiliate link. Why? Because I can. Does that link work? It does. There you go. That's the thing. Obviously, if you want to take the ISBN number or you want to have a look for more stuff, Ann Hooper was a big sex educator in the 90s. That's where I got a lot of my personal sex education in the early days of me learning all about it, because of the fact that there was sweet fuck all else around. So I have got an awful lot of Ann Hooper's things. I'm sure there used to be an Ann Hooper book that was, like I said, it was like tips for him on one side and then turned around and it was like tips for her on the others. And that, but I can't find that in my little stock of books. So I don't know whether I lent it to somebody and it's disappeared, or whether I just never had it and I just imagined having it. But that's where you get an awful lot of like some of the more standard stuff, like fingering, like fellatio, like that kind of thing. That's probably where I'd start. I've never really thought about it. I think this is genuinely one of the problems that I have, and I mean this as a genuine thing. One of the issues that I have as a sex educator is the fact that because I have looked into it so much and I know so much, I don't think about some of the more standard stuff, as you say, like fingering, like cunnilingus, like fellatio and stuff like that, because it's not something that occurs to me to think about, if that makes sense. Here I am talking about fucking fetishes and kinks and safe words and bits and pieces. The idea of like doing a step-by-step or finding a step-by-step tip section on how to is going to be difficult. Every woman is different. Every person with a vulva is different. Every person with any kind of genitalia is different, and it is entirely different. As you say, Becca, it's unique to each individual. That being said, just communicate with your partner. It doesn't quite work that way though, Becca, unfortunately. As much as I would love that to be the case, because open, honest communication is 100% the foundation and key to each intimate dynamic, especially with another partner. Sometimes it can be hard to explain things, and especially if a person feels like they should know, or they have known something their entire life, and then they are like, you don't want to shatter their pride and stuff like that. So knowing what you like, knowing how to communicate that in a way that is going to be supportive and encouraging can be like sometimes half the battle, you know. Sexplanations, oh fuck, I completely forgot about them. Salty Seeking, yeah, Sexplanations isn't a bad call by any stretch of imagination. They do some really good stuff. From what I have seen, I haven't seen much of their stuff, but from what I have seen, it's been pretty good. You have to know how to communicate it. Yes, I agree. But then you also need to know what you like. Turning around and being like, do the Spider-Man? It's like, that's great, but is it soft and slow? Is it firm? Whereabouts are they aiming to reach for? You know? How to tantalize, how's the thingies? I'm very open in saying what I like, which is entirely fair. Absolutely. And I love that for you, Becca Gone By. Absolutely. So I do my absolute best to realize, because I'm very good at being like, yes, I like these things. Or everything you are doing is fucking great right now. This makes me very happy. You know? The show Sex Education on Netflix is very entertaining. I found it awkward as fuck. I couldn't get on board it. I personally couldn't get on board it. I don't deny the fact that the information that they gave was absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure that it'd be very, very valuable to teenagers. As a 39-year-old man who is a sex educator, who has lived a very, very colorful and interesting life, I found it very, very awkward. Very cringeworthy for my own personal levels more than anything else. And there was the opening scene to the first episode is two people having sex. And it very quickly turns out that those two people are in high school, which made me, as a British person, feel immediately very awkward because I was like, I'm watching teenagers have sex. That makes me feel really disgusting in myself. Now, I know that they're meant to be like 18, 19 or what have you because of the way that the American school system works. You've got like junior school, middle school, high school or something like that. High school for us is secondary school, and that is teenagers. So I immediately was like, I feel awkward as fuck. This makes me feel really, really, really uncomfortable because I feel like I am high school caps at 18 typically. So it was teenagers. Yeah, deeply uncomfortable. Deeply, deeply, deeply uncomfortable. They have children having sex as part of... not okay. Not okay. Anyway. It made me feel really uncomfortable. I watched like the first episode and was like, this isn't worth it for me. Do you know what I mean? This isn't worth it for me. This isn't worth the amount of discomfort I am feeling. I'm sure it will be absolutely great for the people who are also between the ages of like 14 and 18, because they will be able to identify with it. It'll be people of their own demographic, their own ages. Abso-fucking-lutely. That shit is amazing. As a 39-year-old man, that made me feel really, really uncomfortable. I was like, I am watching a scene where teenagers are having sex, and that makes me deeply uncomfortable. You know? So I haven't seen Sex Education. I've heard it's very, very good. I've heard it's very informative. And it's got Gillian Anderson in it, and Gillian Anderson is a fucking sensational human being. I have nothing but deep respect for Gillian Anderson. Isn't it a British series? No, Sex Education is an American series. Tis an American series. And then there's another animated series that was great at like talking about puberty and shit like that, but again, I really struggled with it. You're very, very welcome, Authenticator. You're very, very welcome. Also, darling moderators, can I get a shout out for Alexander Griffin, please? I would really appreciate that. You graduated 17, but also summer. Yeah, fair. No, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. I hope it helps. People go check out my dear friend, Authenticator was the person I just answered. Alexander Griffin. Alexander Griffin is a wonderful being. We have deep love and respect for Alexander Griffin. Been playing some Pal World. How are you enjoying Murder Pokemon? Is it good? Is it wonderful? Have you kidnapped any human beings yet? Have you kidnapped any human beings and made them go work down the mines? These are the questions I have. But yeah, Alexandra is wonderful. Deep appreciation for that wonderful individual. Very supportive. Very open and welcoming community. Very understanding, much like this community, in the deep levels of respect and what have you. But yeah, just wonderful being. It's been pointed out already that about my condition, hence why he hasn't set any limits. He seems to believe that I would accept collaborating with him in this case under these circumstances. Truth is that opening up to him has encouraged me a little. The case is turning out to be rather complicated. We've been questioning all of the faculty and students from the university, but we haven't achieved anything remarkable yet. Waiting for your reply. Love you both. Both. Benjamin Bennett. So, my wife and child? Presumably? The periodic table. No, bacterial shapes and arrangements. Never mind. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. Hello? The other side of The dirt mound. I am super strong. Look at me being super strong, moving all of the things. What have we got in here? More audio stuff.
March 29th, 1947. 4 students gone missing in a university as prestigious as this one, and Director Holtwick gives me a week to help him sort this out. I don't even know where to start. And why only 7 days? Thankfully, the police force will do anything necessary to solve the case. My hands, however, are tied. Why contract a private detective for such a few days? I don't understand. But if it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't have accepted the job.
Why do a detective for just a few days? Well, the answer is very simple. They're a prestigious school. They want a private detective to come in and be like, yes, everything's fine and dandy. You have answered all of our questions. You have said everything's safe. Goodbye. That's all they care about. This is what I really wanted because I knew there was going to be something extra down here. Letter from Benjamin Bennett to wife Caroline Bennett. March 29th, 1947. My dearest Caroline. It has been 2 days since I left and I'm already missing you. I'm grateful this is something temporary and we'll be seeing each other in a few days. We won't be too far from each other. Barely a few hours keep us apart. How's our little one doing? I'm really looking forward to seeing you both. I'm sleeping on a couch and I'm not really able to rest at ease. I've seen several photographs of the missing people and their faces barely let me sleep. They're all stuck in my mind. Edward Shipman, Romualdo Herrero, Samantha Smith, and Jack Muse. The names seem taken from one of those novels you adore, the smut that you consume. It's so sad that they went missing the way that they did. I don't even want to imagine what their parents must be going through if our son had gone missing. Oh, I don't even want to think about it. By the way, do you happen to remember if my old friend Ricardo Herrero, the politician, it looks like one of the missing young lads, Romualdo Herrero, is his nephew? What a coincidence! Or a plot. I've been thinking about it, and I hope that getting back to work will be useful for me, in a way. I'm taking it as treatment to return to normality. The problem is that the police mock me and aren't making it exactly easy. Love you both, Benjamin Bennett. P.S. I look forward to receiving your letters that I definitely don't receive, because I have seen this bit. Okay, I knew that there was going to be another something down there on account of the fact that it was there. This is one of those games where there isn't going to be much left to the imagination, I don't think. Right, let's just pivot down here. And then make our way. Do. Oh, look at my little running hands. Running hands. Hello? No, no one's in there. Okay. This is how we get around. For a moment there, I thought that was St. Andrew's Cross and was like, what the fuck? This is meant to be a university. A university for perverts. I did try to save a chicken from drowning by hitting it with a bat and they wouldn't stop attacking me. That's understandable. You hit it with a bat. What did you expect? Filmed in Wales too, if I remember correctly. What's this? Sex education. As in the TV series Sex Education. It was filmed in Wales. I don't know where it was filmed. Wikipedia says country of origin United Kingdom, original language English. Are we talking about the same thing? With Gillian Anderson as the mother of the protagonist. The opportunity to not just go my sweet Caroline for the earworms. Thanks. Hatchman was the worst that could happen. Are they talking about something different? Okay. I evidently have missed something in chat because The sex education TV series was 110% American, or certainly set in America, regardless of where it was filmed. Okay. Let's have a look at everything we can while we're here. Oh, right, now we're around the other side of that, I see. The door, there needs to be a key to that door, which implies that there is a key in here somewhere. Let us look. My God! Drama! What happened? Nothing? Okay.
Post-traumatic stress. Really? Some people make up a load of bullshit to stop working. Seriously, why am I always the one to deal with loonies? A mentally disturbed guy who becomes a private detective and who doesn't like his job. That's all I need. I'm running out of patience, and this has just begun.
Yeah, what a guy. The Sex Ed with Gillian Anderson was filmed in the UK with a British cast. Why is the school system then, from what I saw, set up like an American school system? Everyone was wearing their own clothes, which doesn't happen in the UK. It is all uniforms, high school uniforms. I have clear memories of it. No, they were definitely like school children. Like that. Don't know what that is. Oh, I can get tape and a handkerchief. Can now make a bandage. Even so. Maybe did the opener for the US too? Maybe I am just absolutely misremembering it. Maybe the opening scene of watching teenagers fuck messed me up so much I assumed it must have been American. Let's make a bandage, I suppose. I've got a bandage. My notes. Oh, that was the note just saying you can make a bandage here. Right, okay. This is how you make a bandage. As opposed to a note being of any way, shape, or form important. What is that? They were in sixth form. They don't wear uniforms. I must be completely misremembering it then, because I remember there being about 5 years separating the first people in that school and the second and the last people in that school, and they were all wearing their own clothes. I don't know what this is for. But okay. Must be completely misremembering it. I definitely remember the sex scene though, because that is uncomfortable as shit. That is the bit that made me feel real fucking awkward. Apparently I can't take this out of the door. Alright, okay. So what is it I've got to climb in here? Oh, up there. Okay. Thank you very much for the lurks, you beautiful beans. I appreciate you. Oh my god. That was fun. That was a nice jump scare. I enjoyed. Where did it go? Can I set it on fire? The fact that it appeared out of nowhere was what made it a really good jump scare. It wasn't like it suddenly appeared, like jumped at you. It was just like, there it is. Fucking hell, I haven't had a jump scare like that in many moons. Letter from Caroline Bennett to her husband. Okay. Oh, what's going on there? I've got a bruise on my elbow. How the fuck did I manage that one? April 2nd, 1947. Dear Ben, as strange as it may be, I don't understand why none of my letters are reaching you. I certainly hope this one does. Next time the postman comes, I shall ask him. Having a special mailing service for officers involved in the case is certainly something, but it seems my letters are getting lost. If you are having a tough time, you can leave it. Your health always comes first. Nevertheless, We'll see each other in a few days, so hold on to that thought. Please go easy on the medication. You're perfectly aware that it doesn't do you any good, as the doctor told you. If I find out that you've overdosed on medication again, you and I will have a very serious conversation when you return home. I'm choking on my saliva, that's how excited I am. I want that when you come back home, that you can be at ease and think that getting back into the routine was worth it. It is indeed unfortunate coincidence that Romualdo Herrero is one of the missing people. You are already in my thoughts on this. Coincidences don't exist. By the way, does the surname Holtwick sound familiar? Okay. According to the wiki, the show Moordale Secondary School shows some elements of UK secondary schools, but also has more American... Okay, so it's literally just the fact that it's completely made up. More elements of American high school image. According to the showrunner Laurie Nunn, the show's aesthetic is deliberately a homage to the 1980s films of John Hughes. I think you're getting American 2009-2010 scenes shagging show mixed up with the UK one with Gillian. Two completely different shows. I think the American one was named Young Bodies or something like that. No, it was definitely Sex Education. It was definitely Sex Education. Because I remember very clearly, because I'd been putting it off for so fucking long, I remember really, really fucking clearly, like, turning it on and being like, I'm going to watch this because people keep saying it's amazing. And even though I don't like teen dramas, generally speaking, anything revolving around teenagers, I am not a fan of. I lived my teenage life. I don't need to relive it through these fuckers. And then I watched the thingy and it starts. The first scene in the pilot is two people having sex. And I was like, I'm pretty sure this film is about a school and sex education within the school and the dynamics of learning about how sex works and stuff. And then I was like, which means that these two are teenagers. I also have not heard of Young Bodies though. Which one's that one, Druidess of Midian? Which one's that one? Choking on my own saliva is how excited I am. I'm screaming. Look, sometimes it happens to be that way. Sometimes it happens to be that way. I enjoyed that thingy though, but it does mean that there's a weird little face hugger slug thing that exists in this game, which is interesting. Are the walls painted red with blood, or are they painted red with paint? Huh.
March 30th, 1947. Today I went to interrogate Rector Holtwick. A curious subject, as there ever was. He seems to be a smart and cult man. He defends his ideals regarding the advance in all fields of medicine, be it physical or mental. And what strikes me the most is that he has no qualms in flattering other scientists whose methods aren't the least orthodox.
Excuse me 2 seconds, friends. Somebody's at the door. Won't be a minute. Thank you very much for waiting, friends. I appreciate that. Sex Education is a strictly Netflix. Yeah, I remember it being... I've got Netflix, and I definitely have it on there. Sex Education is a British comedy drama series, mostly about 16, 17-year-olds. I assumed that the two people that were having sex at the beginning of in the first scene were probably meant to be 18, so that they can get around, basically, the censorship laws, effectively. But it's still like the fact that it was about children about 15 to 16, 17, whatever, just made me feel a bit awkward as fuck. made me feel a little awkward as fuck, you know? And there's no criticism if you enjoyed it. You enjoyed like the dynamics of it. You enjoyed the actual content of the storyline. Like I said, I've heard that it's well written. I've heard that it's really, really intricate, and it's a fantastic resource for young people, especially if they were growing up around that age. Really identifiable stuff they can learn that's actually good sex education and stuff. But just, yeah, not. Oh, so somebody, individual 218, Edward Shipman, have made him into a bird person with a single eye. If I now go into my notes, this one, Edward Shipman. So they've actually, one of the missing kids is a bird person with a single eye. A Cyclops bird person. We will take this and this. So we're going to have to fight a Cyclops bird person at some stage. We'll take this because 7256. We'll have a look in here. Enter a number you on the wheel. 7. Oh. To enter a number on the wheel, you must turn the wheel 7, 2, 5, 6. Oh. Seven, 2, 5. We will take this key. Hello?
Miracle! The key you've just obtained opens the door at the floor below. Go there. We're going to add some difficulty. I hope you don't mind. I'm warning you. I'm not going to intervene during the level. I trust you're not going to chicken out now.
Okay. If you say so, buddy. So the professor has gone batshit insane. It's not just about teens. The mother has her own spicy scenes as well. Yes, I know that basically Gillian Anderson was like, I really want to do this part because I think it's really good for the education side of things, but also it's good to see it for like parents and stuff as well. Did you have lunch yet? Becca gone back? No. I have breakfast and then I have dinner after like all of streams done and bits and pieces, you know. There's a short episode called Young American Bodies that aired solely in America from 2006 to 2009. Nope, don't know that one. It was called Young Bodies. Would need to look it up. Don't have the spoons of my own. That's entirely fair. Not all. Druidess Medium. Didn't watch it. Just knew it that it then the partner's teenager kids were watching it and wanted to watch it with them. It was a whole thing of his kids and me telling him that it's thoroughly inappropriate. Yeah, that is, yeah, fair. That's like sitting with your kids to watch like Euro trash, and it's just like, although saying that even then it's like you can watch it with yeah, well, it depends on what the content was. I don't, having not seen it, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? The mother is a sex educator. Yes, yeah, Gillian Anderson plays a sex educator, and that's the reason why her son is like singled out as the person to go to, because your mum's a sex educator, so obviously, you know. Did you hear the crows coughing? They probably have COVID-19. Jesus Christ, Maxine. God damn it. 7 out of 10. Don't encourage this behavior. Do not encourage this behavior. All right, let's go. Loading. There's an actual series, not a documentary, that depicts kinky lifestyle in such a realistic way it was worth noting. Or is there an actual series that depicts kinky lifestyle that's worth noting? Haven't seen anything convincing so far. Don't know about series. The closest that I have seen to a reasonable representation of the kink lifestyle is a movie, a 1980s British movie called Preaching to the Perverted. That's probably the closest I've seen to a reasonable. I mean, it's obviously a glamorized view and a over exaggeration, as it were. But it's probably the closest that I have seen. In regards to TV series, trying to think. Not really. There's a TV series on Netflix called How to Build a Sex Room, which is a very... It's very tongue-in-cheek. It's obviously quite scripted, or certain parts of it are quite scripted. But in regards to like showcasing various different kinks and stylizations and lifestyle choices, it's actually quite good at showing a large diversity of people, a large diversity of preferences and choices, and encouraging open, honest communication about sexual expression. That was quite good. I enjoyed that one. Was that the only thing in here? No more. Oh, here we are. Note from the teacher. The police are a bunch of incompetent brats. They've spent over a week on the case and haven't found anything useful yet. It's going to affect the university's reputation for sure. Today is the second time they interrogate me, and I'm tired of telling them about my routine and my personal life, and they make a mess in my office. I have to put everything back into place again right afterwards. So, could you speak to the officer and kindly ask them to stop disturbing us? We're all very concerned, of course, and time is precious, but that doesn't mean that they have to pester everybody with their work. What work? Where is the professionalism in this? I am the first one feeling down by the recent events. Jack was my favorite student. I hope this is over soon. Okay. I hope this is over soon, too. Although the person that we're going to be looking for is going to have wings, apparently. And there's an actual series, not a documentary series, that depicts the kinky lifestyle and social realistic. Oh, that was your question. Eurotrash with parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, all watching with us kiddos was about, no, not recommended. Definitely not recommended. I remember watching it, and I remember watching it with my friends. I remember trying to watch it with my parents, because my parents would watch it and find it very, very entertaining, and then be like, no, Valen, not a chance. So I'd sneak down afterwards and watch it myself. What have I got in my pocket? Okay, we're going to investigate the area first. Well, that looks ominous. Looks like this area has been turned into some description of laboratory. Scientific experimentation place. Reaching to the Perverted from 97, starring Guinevere. That's the one, not 1980s, 97. Guinevere Turner and Tom Belt, that's the one. Very, very good movie. A lot of fun. Very much enjoyed it. But that's the closest. We were going to do a movie night for it, and at some stage we will do, but I'm just too busy at the moment. Where we were going to sit and watch Preaching to the Perverted together as a community in the Discord. But I end up being too busy to look into that.
Teaching classes isn't my thing. I don't know how long I'll be able to bear with this cover. While I'm teaching, my head spins unceasingly to find the solution to the compatibility problem between donor and receiver. It's difficult enough finding an Imperial Eagle to jeopardize one of its extremities again. I only want my working hours to end to continue my investigation in the hole.
The investigation in the hole. All right. Alrighty, Roos. That did not fill me with any kind of confidence. Let's very quickly make another... Just another cheeky little bandage, all right? Just so we've got it available. In case we need it. We don't... Oh. We have lost some health. Of course we lost some health. Because... oh shit, it does not heal me much at all. Oh, that is not good. That is not good at all. Shit. I thought it was going to be... invest 5 items in crafting. Oh yeah, that's fine. I thought it was going to be much easier than that. It was going to be much more beneficial than that. I will take these things and be able to make more bandages should I need to, but that is... gives me sweet fuck all health, unfortunately. Unfortunately. It's always so rare to find a show/TV that actually does kink or BDSM right. The showrunners are just often with what they think is the most outrageous and taboo instead of actually consulting with people who are in those communities or live the lifestyle. There was... oh, my brain. There was a short film done by an independent filmmaker about kink.com. And that was presented at the Unthinkable Film Festival. And I remember watching that and being like, ooh, that's interesting. Confidential. Little letter from the Department of Strategic Services to William Holtwick, Director of the OSS, Office of Strategic Services, Washington, D.C. 20505. Classification confidential. Dear Dr. Holtwick, this is the last notice we are sending to you to partake in the Rainbow Project. As an American citizen with full rights, as you are now, you must comply with certain obligations, and you are required to attend our call in the event the state requires so. If otherwise, we shall bring you here by... if otherwise, we shall bring you here by force and collaborate with us against your will. Allow us to remind you that partaking in this project will not only render economic profits, but also allow you to have further privileges, which would grant you at the end of the project, privileges which, we must add, will allow you to carry out your scientific feats with much more precision, sufficient resources, and moreover, the consent of the very government. As a man of science, you are, we trust, as the man of science that you are, we trust that you will accept our request and answer our call willingly. This is a unique opportunity to make make history. Needless to say, that your assistance is needed in order to achieve this purpose. We are aware that the singularity of the experiment does not awake your interest, but nobody dares to predict the effects that may occur if to the ship's crew, and that is where you would intervene. Finally, we remind you that both the project and the characteristics of our agreement shall be kept confidential. Under no circumstances must they reach the public. People are not ready for such findings. We imagine that you were aware of all this. The first test shall begin on July 21st this year, which was whatever year that was. 1943. Okay. But preparations may take several months. Therefore, we hope to meet you on the upcoming February 28th. Yours sincerely, Alex M. Brooks. I'm assuming then that the game is going to go down the dynamic of when the Americans took in a load of Nazi scientists after the Second World War in order to help with technology and stuff like that. And it's that whole thing of, we'll take you in, but now you work for us. End of fucking story, you know. Series rings a bell. Added both to my watch list. Thanks for the recommendations. You are very, very welcome. I haven't found many that do good justice to the kink scene, unfortunately. There's another documentary on Netflix called The Principles of Pleasure. That doesn't really do much for the kink side of things, but I do think it's an interesting documentary to watch regarding sexuality, specifically female sexuality, and that includes trans people as well. Requested IRL across the entire city to shop a thing. Apparently a product thing is only available online. Hey, oh god, Nastasia. I've definitely done that before though. I've definitely traveled around trying to find a specific product only to find that it's only available online. And it's just like, for fuck's sake, that's so annoying. So bloody annoying. What is this? Take that. Ink plus thing makes a map. You can now craft maps. So if I do this plus this. Oh, it gives me my little mini map down the bottom. So when I go to a new floor, I don't have the map for that floor, and then I need to craft it out of a bandage and some ink. All right, let's see what goes on. Was that it? Oh. It's one of these. Okay, nothing's bursting out of the door as of yet. Oh, for you. It was, thank you very much for sending that again without the accidental full stop. Thank you so much. Recently went out questing for materials for crafting. Hope it wasn't as dreaded as online only, because online said base materials price is 5 times its worth. Jesus Christ, thankfully ended up finding materials that you could use in the end. Completely different category, but the same. Yeah. You don't have to play luxury item prices. Yeah, which is wild because the vast majority of the time things are more expensive inside the what's up there? Hello. Things are more expensive when you buy them in the shop because you are then paying for thingy costs as well. You're then paying for the like bills costs, utility bills costs and shit like that. Right, let's go find out what this shit's all about and wait for the jump scares. Short movie regarding kink.com, you said, not the kink documentary from 2013. No, this was definitely, this one definitely came out like last year. Year before last year. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? There's a birdie in your eyes, on my face between your thighs. Hello?
I feel a little guilty. If these agents are poking about so enthusiastically, it must be because I've done something wrong.
Yes, it is.
It would be a pity that all of our hard work went to waste because of me. If I didn't tell Dr. Holtwick, it would be as if I was lying to him. But I should warn him and assume the consequences.
Ah, so another person with no morals but lots of scientific ambition. Interesting. She kidnapped the children, experimented on them. Right, let's save first. Save the game, yes. Tender Enders, how you doing? How's it going? Hobblers, all is well with you? Yeah, doing all right. Thank you very much. Doing okay. A little bit tired. Far too bloody tired, if I'm honest with you. I did save the game. Oh, okay. Did you see the documentary about Le Chambre in Sheffield? I did not. What documentary is this, Tantalite? I am aware of Le Chambre. In fact, I am quite aware of Le Chambre, so I am surprised that I did not hear about it. Hello? Let's make another little bandage, because I've got a feeling that Well, do you know what? I'll just do it right away. I've got a little feeling that this is where Bird Boy's going to be. The weird-ass Bird Boy. What is this? Excuse me. Picked up nails. I have 2 nails. It looked like a lot more, but that's because the flicker of the light made it gave it a weird illusion, alright? Stay there. Hello? Discover the secret room. What is in the secret room? There's utility while it sits in storage, and the online incurs shipping costs, which means packaging and the whole delivery, human beings, human bringing it somewhere specific. Ooh, I never thought about that, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Really means that actually good documentaries already exist, made by kinky people for kinky people. If so, I guess it's little known. A lot of them will appear in stuff like film festivals. If the film festival does an X-rated category, I will be talking actually at some point. I can't remember whether it's September or October. In the film festival, in the Unthinkable Film Festival. Doing a seminar on a specific genre of film, they've brought out last year. They brought out an X-rated, an 18+ section, funnily enough called 18+, and that was good to see some like proper art house erotic cinema, along with a couple of documentary pieces as well. There's utility while it sits in storage. Yeah. Been doing all right, thank you, mate. On the tired side, I'm feeling that. Slowly patching up while life stuff but we crushing it though. Absolutely. Are you cruising through? Excuse me. Yeah. I think of VTM section when I hear that, but I guess that's not it. No. La Chambre is or certainly was quite a prolific swingers bar in Sheffield. Letter from James Lefleur to William Holtwick. This is nothing. And you know what? I realize that you people probably can't read that, so I'll do this so that you can read along with me. This is nothing. The most shocking thing was the autopsy revealed. It was what the autopsy revealed. They brought the corpse here, and we conducted the autopsy ourselves to see whether there was anything odd. Removing the fork from the eye proved rather difficult without using brute force. We opened the skull to investigate further, and we found something I had never seen in my life. A great part of the brain had turned into wood. I am well aware that this sounds like madness, and you may not believe me. I did not believe it either when I saw it, although this barely makes any sense. You should have been here to witness it with your own eyes. The redhead sure left his children a nice Christmas present. Interesting statement. After this event, we have requested that Benjamin Bennett, the only crew member who is still apparently unharmed, come to our office in order to conduct a comprehensive study and detect the slightest changes in his body. Oh, so he was an experiment himself. They called in Benjamin for 7 days, basically to find out how whatever it is they're exposed to slowly changes them. Under the pretense of, these kids have gone missing, you should find out where they've gone. I am sure that this must have piqued your interest by now. I asked around and they told me that you are free to come and help us with the investigation. I am confident that your way of doing things will help us find something. Surely Benjamin Bennett is suffering for some repercussions. Are you not the least curious, James Lefleur? Okay. Tasty lore. Is there any other tasty lore around here? Nothing else hidden away? Presume not, because it's got a big chest in it. I will take the hacksaw. I don't know why I need a hacksaw, but it was flashing, so I must need it. And this bit of wood. I picked up a bit of wood for some unknown reason, but it was flashing at me, so I evidently need it. Let's put you there, because there's a good chance that I'm going to hide in there when shit kicks off. They've cut through the wires. What could possibly be going on? Let's find out. Through the medium of this tape.
I've spent several hours looking for Professor Evelyn O'Donnell. I've had her practically glued to me as I worked, and now that I want to speak with her, she has disappeared from the face of the earth.
My God.
Seeing such a peculiar professorate, I wonder how the students from this place must be. I imagine that having to lacerate bodies and observe entrails every day ends up disturbing you, even if it's only a little. I'd better warn the police force to have an eye on Evelyn before I withdraw from the case.
Yeah, you do that, Bennett boy. You can now craft lockpicks. A hacksaw with a bit of wood and 2 nails will create lockpicks. A hacksaw, 2 nails will make lockpicks. Yay! Come on. Take the bookcase by the handle and slide it over the blood smear. Okay. Oh. Inner move, outer move. Ah, how does this work then? Oh. Oh, that's savage. What an interesting lockpick device, though. Shaky hands. And the more that you get wrong, the more your hands shake. Interesting. That's such a cool device. Don't get it wrong, or their hands shake. But now I know that that's what it is. I'm not shaking at all. I can get around it. Mr. Hyde, how you doing? Move the hairlines. Tomorrow will be eyebrows. What? Very nosy pond right now? What are you talking about? What things are you discussing here? What is going on? There we go. How's it going, Scar? How you doing?
April 1st, 1947.
April Fool's Day?
Director Holtwick has given me more time to work on the case, and I just couldn't say no. He's been extremely persuasive. I was already picturing getting back home. In a couple of days, I spent too long without seeing my family. I don't know how I'll bear this until the end. It's becoming more and more difficult for me to concentrate these days.
Ah, so the effects of whatever experiment they were doing is now taking hold. I see. We'll do the text so you can see what I'm saying. Letter from James Leffer to William Holtwick, December 7th, 1943. Dear William Holtwick, I'm writing to you regarding your request for information about further side effects originating from the Rainbow Project. There we go. I still believe there are several things that need to be done, which may, of course, pique your interest, but I respect your decision to leave. It has been a month since the third crewman disappeared. the one who had apparently come out unscathed from the experiment. The latest information we have in this regard is very confusing. We have gathered witnesses who assure us that he was in a bar drinking alcohol when he got into a fight. Witnesses say that he started to disintegrate and integrate intermittently until he finally vanished without a trace. This added to the rumors saying that the information Nikola Tesla obtained to conduct the experiment was provided by extraterrestrial life forms only generates further uncertainty. I barely know what to think anymore. I have obviously dismissed any rumors involving extraterrestrial life, but having seen what I have seen in the Philadelphia experiment, a crewman vanishing without a trace while having a drink at a bar does not seem so crazy. The two remaining uninjured crewmen seem to be in perfect condition, although one of them, Hurley McCannon, the redhead, has been complaining the past few days, saying that he felt an odd tingling in the brain, as he defined it. He is apparently healthy. We will conduct tests on the redhead and shall keep you informed on any further developments. So we already know that the redhead had half a brain that was made of wood. Which changes bits. Okay. What does show donor reward mean? It means it shows the donation goal, Fluffy Bunny Gal. So the donation goal pops up above my head so that everyone can see it. And show donor with speech makes me talk about it as well. Hello? Well, I don't want to go in there. But this one's all bricked up. That's blocked from the other side. This, presumably, is just a way that I can sneak around. It is. December 15th, 1943. Dear William Holtwick, the redhead crewman, is complaining that the tingling in his brain is becoming more intense over time. We have conducted several tests and results are disturbing. It seems, albeit slowly, he is losing mental and motor skills, added to the fact that his apathy is increasing. It appears obvious to me that it is being caused by the Philadelphia experiment, but the rest of the team fails to see it as clearly, or they simply have no wish to see it. The doctors have discharged him and have recommended that he spends some quality time with his family. They are convinced that he is suffering from post-traumatic stress owing to the experience he lived in. The experience he lived in the Rainbow Project. Or the experience he lived in the Rainbow Project. When his family arrived, I saw his two sons, who were hardly 8 and 10 years old, looking worried and fearful, with tears in their eyes. They complained how their father was behaving oddly. The man was not even interested in showing his children that he was fine. If the situation remains the same, he will be transferred to a mental hospital. What would you do, Williams? James LaFleur. Interesting. Interesting. Almost forgot the meds. That's the reason why the med reminder is there. How's it going, Alec Wallace? How you doing, you beautiful bean? Confound thee, Mr. Hyde. Confound thee indeed. Why is the dono goal not showing? Bear with me. Bear with the... There we go. And evidently muted it at some point. Mr. Hyde, ooh, plucky young whippersnapper, has redeemed show donor with speech. For those people that don't know, we do donation goals approximately about £200 each time. They are usually going towards something, usually for the stream. However, this year, because of things going on, I am steadily but surely working my way to becoming debt-free by the end of the year. That is my plan. That is my plan of action, to become completely debt-free by the end of the year, which would be absolutely wonderful because it's been hanging over my head for like 10 years. So, the donation goals, as you see above here, is for that. However, the way that we do donations, because it makes me feel better about actually having donation goals in the first place, is that every single time we have a donation goal and we complete it, I do some description of reward stream or something, some little way that I can say thank you to all of you for being so kind and being so generous and helping me out of, well, in the current situation, out of my debt, which makes me feel awkward enough as it is to talk about. But swallowing our pride is something we have to do in order to make things better in our own lives, right? The donation rewards for this goal are something between The Dinosaur with Double D's, storytelling on Twitch, which is where we read Dracula, so it'll be another 3 chapters of Dracula, I'd imagine. Doing a community movie night, where the chat gets to vote on what the movie is. Doing a Labyrinth TTRPG stream part 4, because we've already done 1, 2, and 3. Well, we've done 1 and 2, and 3 is already in the diary. Or we could do a Lion King stream for the Sega Mega Drive. Currently, the one that is winning out is Dracula, doing another audiobook stream where I read from Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula, followed by the Labyrinth TTRPG stream. That will be determined by the end of this stream. We will make a decision at the end of this stream, but it'll be one of those 2, presumably, based on the way that the votes are going at the moment. One of those 2. I'll let you let us know once you pick up something worth sharing. The owner of a gay shop I sometimes stop by both recommends Pillion. So I watched it with my hopes high, and we're going to say my feelings are mixed. I have not seen Pillion yet. I am apprehensive about it because I feel like it's going to be another thing that fetishizes the fetish community, for lack of a better term. Oh, hello.
One week in this shitty university, I've barely been able to drink some booze, and on top of all, I have to put up with that Bennett. He thinks that for having been here for longer than he can give me orders. He and his theories on conspiracy can all go to hell. In here, there's nothing more than books and kiddos who believe to be something, just because they're wearing a nameplate and a uniform. I am so willing to arrive home and get wasted.
That was Robert, Kansas. The door is blocked from the other side? What do you mean the door is blocked from the other side? I had things to investigate. Fuck. Well, we're going down here then. Can't go back. Yes, please, save my game. Alright, so we've got some space age shit going on here. That's purpley. That's greeny. But not greeny enough. That's bluey. That's not going to work, surely. Because of the fact that it's... Interesting. And that goes directly in there. Okay. Get this one down the bottom. Puzzles! Puzzles. I was just chilling by the pond and eating breakfast, and the goth Corvid's super loud sound, upset sound. It was colourful Corvid, and their space. What once flew, think I'm not. Oh, I'm very confused by that statement. I'm assuming there were two Corvids that were happy to see each other effectively. Oh, Mr. Hyde, it jumped back 2 hours. Oh, I hate when that happens. I bloody hate when that happens. It's the best redeem. Oh, oh, Alec Wallace, you cheeky devil. How you doing, Alec? How's it going? I missed it. I asked you before, Alec, and maybe I'll be able to catch it now that we're playing the game as well. But how are your family doing? If you don't mind sharing. If you don't mind sharing. I hope that they're doing well. So if I do that and that, no, no, that one, is he going to stop here? Nope. Fuck it then, we're going to have to do it the hard way, presumably. What I should have done. Is there a way to reset this? Load save game. Presumably that's the reason why the thing is there in the first place. Debt is no joke. I've been slowly chipping away at my own and got it halfway. Though it's no easy task. I'm glad that you've been managing to get it all the way through to halfway, Jenny Leo. That's amazing. My student loans paid off last month. That's amazing. Oh, you paid off your student loans last month? Amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. I've still got a bunch of student loans, but I'm not counting them. Because in the UK, you only have to pay them back after you earn a certain amount. And I am not anywhere near earning that certain amount yet. By any stretch of the imagination. Racing Novel, welcome back on in. How you doing? 7 streams in a row you've been streaking through here. Scar, how's it going? There's a huge tree in a garden, just a few houses apart from mine. Every year around Halloween, many crows used to gather in said tree, making a lot of noise from time to time. I love sitting on my back balcony in the morning and watching/hearing them. Used to call them my Halloween decorations, but 2 years ago the neighbors cut down the tree. No more crows in the morning. Oh, I'm good to hear about that. Good to hear about that. We have crows around our place. Right, so what I need to do is do that, and then do that, and then I believe that's not going to work. Do that one. We can definitely get that all the way down. Ooh. I effectively need that to line up here, don't I? So if I do that, then do that, then do this, then I can use that to slide that one that way to stop it from getting caught up in that stuff. Oh, what? No, you fuck. The worst. The square block goes in the square hole. Exactly. Regarding Pillion. Oh, God. Obviously, not a gay man for the time it's depicted in the movie. Could just have been as much 100% truthful depiction. Didn't just fit my preferred style, thus meh feeling. Just like my opinion on the movie, everything but critical. Can't stress it enough. That's fair. That's fair. You are entirely within your rights to have an opinion. I mean, I can do this. I think I'm going to have to start again. Annoyingly. No. Load game. Load. Okay. Lunch break is over. No worries, Jennifer. You take it easy, beautiful bean. So... that comes to there. And then we go... no, you... it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Sure, we'll do it this way instead. Fuck it. Doesn't really matter too much. Does that stick there? No, it goes straight past it. In which case, we're going to have to do it the other way around again, because that's the only way I can get this to work. But that's fine. Oh, you bastard, you've gone too far. Alright, this isn't working. Not the way I wanted it to initially, anyway. How's it going, Raven Lunatic? How you doing? Recovering from my exam? Well, I hope that the exam recovery is going well. Nice to see you. How are you doing? How's it going? So if I do this... and then do this... then do this... and then I do... that... does it work that way? I do it... oh. I made this so much more complicated than I needed to. Bastards. So much more fucking complicated than I needed to. But it's fine. Of course I bloody did. Of all of the things I could have done. Let's get these two in first of all. Same here, racked up quite a lot of debt due to severe health issues. Unfortunately, that is the case for a lot of people, which I'm always gutted to hear. Right, these two now. Does anyone like limericks? Yeah, I don't mind a limerick. The feeling / knowing you're debt free is worth the hassle. That is the reason why I'm keen to be that way, to be honest with you. Okay. That first bit I made super complicated for no bloody reason. I really didn't have to. This bit, however, relatively simple. It's opened up the gas mask. Okay, the alien puzzle is done. Why there is an alien puzzle down in the basement of this place, I've got no idea. No idea. And there was no, like, lore. It's a very interesting slider puzzle. Okay. Let's save the game, because I don't trust anything, and I don't want to have to do that again if I can get away with it. Okay. Picked up the gas mask. And now all of the lights are out. When the lights go out. Aha! We have got lasers. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Have a look at our map. Very well. So, it looks like it's a bit off. Once was a woman named Sally, who often liked to dally. She sat on the lap of a well-endowed chap and said, "Sir, you're right up my alley." As he should be. Plucky young whippersnapper. Okay, so, if I remember correctly, this will just give me a place to escape to. Is this going to be... I fucking knew that was going to be the scenario. And that way is a cave-in. Alrighty. Let's get our World War II gas mask on. I'm glad that this gas isn't flammable.
LaFleur saw me smile the other day as I carried out the protocols and asked, scared, if I enjoyed what I did. Truth is, he made me think about the situation. Do I enjoy it? It's true that human traits cannot be attributed to an animal. But would it be fair to consider the lion is sadistic because she has to kill the gazelle to feed her cubs? It isn't the process that is enjoyed, but the result. I imagine that the lioness will enjoy having some peace of mind, knowing that her cubs can be properly fed. When it comes to survival, you don't just beat around the bush. And sometimes I think that we are hypersensitive.
I mean, it's a bold statement, but I would say that the predators enjoy the hunt just as much as anything else. Oh, right, okay. For some reason, I thought it wasn't working. And now I feel like... Now you've locked me in here. What is that? Pipes? Wires and pipes? Well, would you look at this?
I don't know where my companions are. I've locked myself in a room, and I'm hoping somebody will find me. I feel worse every minute, and I can't find my pills. I'm getting paranoid. I think I've already lost any contact with reality. I don't know what to do. I'm really, really frightened.
Okay, that sounded like it was Bennett, who was starting to suffer from whatever malady they had afflicted him with, you know. Just enjoying a sausage sandwich? That's what I had for breakfast. Sausage and omelette sandwich. It was very tasty. Doing well. They're having the first day of a new term tomorrow, so we'll probably be doing better tomorrow. My youngest has been trying to be more positive towards his mum. Love this. Well, I love the attitude, even if I understand the other dynamics there. But her persistent problematicness wore that down. Oh, God, I'm gutted to hear that. He's now back to his normal feelings about her. Oldest is getting more irritated and concerned because her stepdad refuses to wake up early enough to take them to school before the bell. And now her bell is 30 minutes earlier than last year. I can completely understand the concern there. and can completely understand the frustration there. I'm glad that the youngest has at least tried. You know, I'm glad that they're at least in their brain. They're like, I'm doing everything. The real problem there is obviously, you know, the situation better, but it's that whole, they're gonna keep trying and they're gonna keep getting disappointed until such a time as they're like, cool, we're done with you and we don't want anything more to do in life, and then they will still get the blame for that, unfortunately, from certain selfish people. Letter from James Leveler to William Holtwick. December 25th, 1943. The redhead crewman from Philadelphia experiment, Hurley McCannon, is dead. Everything has happened in so little time, but to summarize, he ended his own life. What is surprising, however, is what has been found inside his skull. But let me break this down. I'm certain you will enjoy what I'm about to tell you just as much as I will enjoy telling you. His apathy and the tingling in his brain increased day after day. His wife told us that the only way that Hurley could ease that tingling was by sitting on the balcony railing on the 10th floor and gazing at the sky with the obvious danger that it entailed. And obviously worried about his family and their fright increased over time, and under the doctor's recommendations, he was confined to a mental hospital. Once there, things failed to go any better. He began to isolate himself from other people from any stimulus. He showed no interest in anything, not even eating. And I have told them 1,000 times about giving metal cutlery to potential suicidal people. But, of course, they never listened. They sat him in front of a plate of food with metal cutlery perfectly sharpened side by side, and he spent several hours there without eating a bite, without uttering a word, staring blankly at the wall in front of him. One of the doctors, seeing that the food was being eaten by flies, opted to remove the plate and throw the meal in the bin, but he forgot to take the cutlery away. The redhead took the fork, held it firmly, stared at the doctor in an odd way, and stabbed his very own eye with it. He split the eyeball open. Right after that, he began to shout some nonsense as he banged his head on the table, which inserted the fork further down into his skull through the eye, and so he died. Interesting. Who has seen a cat playing with a mouse? Heartbreaking, but apparently apparent example. Yeah, in this scenario, yeah. The dynamics of this game, at the very least. There's no extras in here. All right, okay. Interesting. Locked up, behave, and let you out, basically, yeah. Waiting for the jump scare. We know that it's definitely done one jump scare before, which was actually a very good jump scare. I don't normally like jump scares, but that one was good. That one was good. Oh my lordy, but before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. How very dare you, Renria the Fae. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're doing okay. What were you streaming today, you beautiful individual? Thank you so much for bringing your people over here. I appreciate it. And you raided straight into the ads. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, dear. People from my stream, go and check out Renria the Fae. All right. They're raided straight into ads. Go check out Renria the Fae. Renria is a wonderful, wonderful human being. They were doing some co-working stuff. So doing some more co-working stuff. Oh, cool. They are, again, another wonderfully supportive streamer who has a very open-minded, a very welcoming, and oh my god, I can't even words today. They have a very welcoming community. They are very open-minded, and they are, just generally speaking, generally a wonderful bean, you know? Generally a wonderful bean. Becca gone by, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky devil? Oh, hello. You cheeky devil, you. There we go. Yeah, people go check out Renria the Fae. Renria, thank you so much for your stream, for your raid. Excuse me. What was your stream? What was going on? What was happening? What were you co-streaming and studying? Tell me all about it, friends. If you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard and don't be corrupting the ears of the young. I am extremely tired today, people. I'm a very, very sleepy bean. So I am, yeah, I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy and sleepy. So I'm kind of a little bit out of it, to be fair. Someone needs to teach Paul Valen how to take naps if he isn't going to sleep through the night. I can't do it. I've tried so many times to like have a nap. Just go and lie down and just close my eyes and just like fall asleep. And I just can't do it. I end up lying there, getting more and more and more irritated at the fact that I am still lying there. I'm like, and the irritation obviously wakes me up, and then I'm like, what's the fucking point? You know? Working on VODs is a slow morning. Nothing wrong with a slow morning by any stretch of the imagination. But friends, we are playing a spooky game today. We're playing a spooky game called The Crow's Eye, which has been interesting so far, to say the least. We are some description of investigator. I don't actually know who we are in relation to everything that's been going on. Yeah, I don't actually know who we are in relation to everything that's been going on. We've had 1 jump scare, which is genuinely quite a good jump scare. I think that's not meant to be something I can get into. Never mind. It was quite a good jump scare. I thoroughly enjoyed it, to be fair. But it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. The story so far is I don't know who we are, but in this school/university, there were kids that went missing. Turns out that there was a scientist doing experiments on them to try and like make the children grow wings or surgically attach eagle wings to them to genetically mutate them. We believe that it was something to do with the Americans rescuing Nazi scientists in 1940 something or other. And a crazy lady who was also working on them. There was something to do with the American government getting involved. And currently, my character has woken up and there's a wild, maniacal man on the other end of the tannoy being like, "You've woken! Time for the games to begin!" Press Q to use adrenaline. What? Well, that doesn't look. Oh, I see. So I have adrenaline repeating. This bit is reminding me very much of like Half-Life. This is giving me strong Half-Life vibes. Why is this even a thing? Oh, it got mulched. Still got mulched. Still got mulched. Can't nap either. Yeah, no, I can't do it. I've tried many times. I'm assuming this is the only way to go. Can't do anything with that. I don't know what's going on. Ah. There's nowhere else to go. It must just be running and jumping, right? I can't do anything. Why am I not jumping at the end there? You can jump. Okay. What about down here? Nope. Those are invisible. Those are make-believe pipes. I don't understand what I'm missing. Oh, do I have to do the adrenaline, maybe? Okay. So it's not a case of just running and jumping. You've got to use the adrenaline to slow down time, which will help you run and jump. Hello? I'm sat on a bed with big lights in my eyeballs. Maybe I'm one of the missing kids. Maybe I'm one of the missing kids. But now I can use my adrenaline. Look at me go. Look at me go. Interesting stuff is going on. Okay. This is quite a fun little puzzle game, really. It's a very spooky style of puzzle game, which I am enjoying greatly. Tape, but no bits and pieces. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can work with this. That's where we came in before. No, not one. That one. Do. Hey. Do. There's only been one thing that's tried to kill us so far, which has been impressive. Okay, interesting. I'm intrigued by what's down the bottom here. That's glass. Anything? Ah, okay. Interesting. And then a way back up, just in case we fall, presumably. Whoop. Okay, we're in a maze. A jungle maze. Come to the jungle zone. I see. I return to see we've gone into Die Hard, effectively. Yeah. Ooh, look, something we missed.
April 2nd, 1947.
Okay, we think this is Bennett again.
I've never seen anything like this. I knew nothing could come out of this place. It's been a couple of days in which I've been sleep deprived.
GSMVX is being far too kind. Confound them.
Stop shivering.
Excuse me.
My retinas are dehydrated. I am unable to concentrate. I feel like I'm becoming paranoid.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside between, can we get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to GSMMVX. You beautiful being, taking us to 53% of the coffee goal. You cheeky little devil, you. What is this? But why? Explain yourself. What is the why? Why? You don't have to. If you don't want to come out of luck, you don't have to by any stretch of imagination, you beautiful individual. I appreciate you. 6 hours of reading Dracula, very educational content. Thank you so much, you beautiful being. That's very, very kind of you. Well, from the looks of things, it looks like the next, when this donation goal is complete, it looks like we may be doing another Dracula, one, by the looks of things. By the looks of things, friends. So that is definitely a possibility. Right, so we go boop, boop, and then we go bah. Hello. Oh, look at that. There we go. Thank you so much for the egos there, friends. That's very, very kind of you. Bloody hell. You spoil me! That looks like it's going to give way. It's not going to give way. What's that? Looks like a giant spider in the distance, but I think it's just the shadow. Music.
I've seen it again, but it's strange. It as if I'd lived it over and over again. This has been happening to me ever since I got out of that damn ship. From that time, I can only remember seeing my companions completely overwhelmed by the situation, surrounded by thick green mist. I remember closing my eyes, unable to stop hearing screams, gasps, lamentations. I feel really dizzy, and I don't even know where these ducks take to. I can't stop thinking about my wife and son. They are the reason I can still go on. April 2nd, 1947. Benjamin Bennett.
Interesting. So we've had a flashback to these. Oh. Okay. The shadow of a giant spider. Maltz? Not Zencat. What are you referring to? Oh, there's some. Are you saying that there is? I think it's in regards to not Zencat's message. Yeah, not Zencat. Thank you very much for the offer. If people want to see it through the medium of webcams, I will sure they will Google it. They will find some bits and pieces. It wasn't game related. Solar eclipse is going on. The solar eclipse. Well, is it happening right now where you are? Not Zencat. Thank you very much, Alec Wallace. Yeah, so just be aware that that kind of message can come across as very suspicious, even if you don't intend it to. Because it's that whole idea of like, if you click on this link, then you'll be able to see the eclipse, and it ends up being a dodgy link. Not that we think it will be, but do you know what I mean? Starts in an hour. The UK is getting partially. I believe we're getting 90% in about, well, an hour and 20 minutes time, thereabouts.
He was in front of me. Light barely illumined his features. Just about enough to observe the look on his face. His mind didn't seem to respond to anything. I panicked, and I fell on the floor. At that moment, I could only distinguish a black wing substituting his right arm. When I stood up, he wasn't there anymore. Could this be real?
Yes, it is. Where's our notes? It is Edward Shipman. As we saw the notes regarding Edward Shipman's connection to it all. Why can I not get out? Hello? Oh. I needed to duck underneath the little lip there. Okay. Let's investigate everywhere else first. More stuff. Aha! A save point. Love a save point. Also a meteor shower tonight as well. Interesting. Going out for dinner. No worries, Scar. Have a wonderful, wonderful time if you've been. No, it's alright, Zencat. It's alright. We're just being very, very kind. Open webcams, yeah. Generally speaking, when someone's like, open webcams, it's like, whoa, what's going on here? What do you really want? What's happening? Yuko Butterfly, welcome on in. Are you going to watch the eclipse? I will probably watch it through the medium of a piece of paper and another piece of paper, so I can watch it happen. I will not be looking at the sun. For anybody who is uncertain about that, I will not be looking at the sun. So I will probably go out and check it out, but it will be through the medium of a piece of paper and another piece of paper with a hole in it. Making sure there's no extra notes or bits. What was that? Nothing. Oh, that. Okay. Okay. Just excited about it. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, luckily you know me, but more with yeah. Just I was about to say we know you enough, Zencat, absolutely, which is the reason why I was like, I think that's probably all right. The other thing that it could have been that we suspected was that somebody had hacked your account, which we naturally don't want. But it's all good. It's all good. Saw the solar eclipse years ago. Had to wear special glasses. Yep. I didn't even think about the special glasses. I didn't even think about the special glasses, but I don't have any, so I'll have to do it t'other way. I'll have to get myself some and just stick them in a little science box. I will take the ink. Letter from William Holtwick to James LeFleur. Dear James, on my trip back to Crowswood, I've been thinking. I know you're not convinced about the answer we were given regarding the crew member that still remains unharmed. This cannot end here. It mustn't. During the past few days, I've been borrowing information that might lead us to Benjamin Bennett's home, so that we can persuade him to help us conduct some tests on him. I could use your collaboration here. I know you believe that I'm a loner and I'm rotten inside, but two heads think faster than one. I'm willing to do it following your methods if you intend to collaborate. I'm giving you the opportunity to make your own decisions and focus on what you really want to investigate, to have the courage to create your own shadow instead of living under somebody else's shadow. Nobody aspires to work for those rats of the state. I've never mentioned this to you, but with much effort, I managed to turn an old abode into a medical university. We have all the resources we need to conduct a wide range of researches. Evidently money isn't going to be an issue. Think about it. We can kill several birds with one stone. So they went and did genetic tests there. It looks like perhaps Mr. Bennett, which I think we might be Mr. Bennett, but with dodgy memory, may have been part of the Philadelphia incident, whatever the fuck that was, and suffering from some description of amnesia. And that was the reason why they were so keen to bring me here. There's a walkie-talkie. Interesting. So as to ensure that they could keep an eye on me while they watched whatever changes they were expecting. Really sleepy mood? I am so fucking tired. But it's alright, I'll sleep tonight. It'll be fine. Hello. And I fell through the floor. I see. I see.
April 20th, 90. Are you okay? I didn't think you'd make it this far this time. And I see you've got it made. This university is falling apart and it's not my fault. I really didn't expect what happened with the floor. Oh, dear. You aren't very talkative, are you? Are you angry? You should be happy. You're
Why?
very close to the exit.
Yay. We love a good exit. So yeah, we don't know who that person is either, other than the fact that they seem to have taken over this personal home / medical facility that they've co-opted into their own stuff. Oh, right. Okay, where am I dragging that to jump up somewhere? Up there. Hello. The companion cube. Oh, is it so we can drag it over here? And then more companion cubes. Okay. I think we need to pull it a bit further into the room. Do I need to use my sexy adrenaline powers? Nope. Do I need to... Okay. Is there any other blocks that I can get? No. We'll just bring this a little bit further in here, presumably. Unless there's somewhere else that I can get up and out of. Nope. Okay, so I'm assuming that's where I gotta go. Okay. Almost in the hole. That's what I've said many times. Many, many times. For fuck's sake. These bits of controls are a little bit janky. But they're alright. They're alright. Aha. My God. I'm assuming this is what I've got to do. As opposed to... Unless I... Ooh. Don't... Can't get up there directly, so there's got to be a way that I can balance these, right? Is it going to keep going if I keep pulling it over? Is that the furthest it goes? Itchy nose. Is there something up there? Oh, you little bastard. Get out of the way. I can pull all of these over as well? Little fucks. Is there anything behind them? No, and nothing behind these ones over here? No. Cool. Fine. Gosh darn it. All of this time I thought it was a case of balancing blocks, but it wasn't. There was an entire section that could come over. Come here. Can you please? Thank you. There we go. Alrighty. Back in action. That took far too bloody long. Do we have that bit of the map? We do. Okay. In 2012, Endworld was due for realsies. My local subculture hosted several end of the world parties, just like in Mr. Robot. I hosted an with the extra mile with legendary. Careful, I love that. You can do it. Get in that hole. Normally, I don't have too much of a trouble. You know, I'm quite good at making the hole and suitable for entry. But this one had me bumbling around a wee bit. Okay, so there's a door there. Can't do sweet fuck all with that one. Move this one. Get out of the way. For people that don't wear dresses. Which is a shame, because everyone should be able to wear dresses. Aha! And another! I think we are going back on ourselves there. I was about to say this room looked very familiar. Ooh. Yeah. Do a quick save. Okay, we're back out. What was that? Just stuff. I'm guessing that's steam and not gas. Okay, we're nearly at the exit. There's an exit over there. That's a good thing. We can take our eyes off for a second. Have a look down here. Always look everywhere first, just in case there is a way out. An extra way that we hadn't considered yet. Hello, I'll take that. I don't know how I'm carrying this giant fuck-off pipe, but I will take it. I will take it. I quite like the artwork in here. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Do you ever wear your hair down? I do sometimes, Becca Gombatti, but I will say that... So I used to wear my hair down all the fucking time. But then I realized I was going balding. My forehead was becoming a 5 head, and then became a 6 head, and then became a 7 head. It was quite outrageous. And then I shaved my head for charity, raising money for the Survivors Trust, which is a charity that support the survivors of rape and sexual abuse. A charity very, very dear to my heart, very close to my heart. And I really didn't like having bald head. I did try it for a while, but I didn't like it. So I let my hair grow out. I had hair implants. I went down to London to get hair implants, and I had hair implants. And then I'll tell you the next bit in a minute.
I'm sick of this place. We're gathering possible evidence in the area related to those who've gone missing, but this is not my kind of job. If there are no people whom we can get information from, I'm not going to waste my time searching and reading documents. That's what the freshmen from the station are for. These kids who believe in values such as law and order, who think that doing what is legitimately correct is the only option. But they can't even do that right. Bah, I'll do it my own way.
They can't even do that right. Bah. I'll do it my own way. Okay, we found a hidey space. Hidey spaces are always very, very useful. Yeah, so I shaved my head for charity, had my hair implants, and started growing it all back. But in the process of shaving my head for charity and growing it all back, because that was the first time that I had no hair in fucking hell, 15 years, maybe even 20 years. It was a long time. And then I realized how much I fucking hate having hair in my face. I really it irritates me like nobody's business. So I nearly always have it either tied up like this or tied up with half my hair up and the back down, bit up, bit down, as my mother used to call it. Because it just really, really fucking irritates me. It really, really, really irritates me. So yeah, so that's the reason why I pretty much always have my hair up. Do I sometimes have it down? Occasionally, but it is very, 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 very rare. Because I don't like it. I think some of it is also like... Well, I'll say in a minute.
It's dark, and I don't have any courage left to go on. I've been locked in here for hours, and I don't even know how to get back. My hallucinations seem more real than before. And it's hard for me to tell reality and fantasy apart.
You certainly managed to pull through all the time. Who'd imagine it's the first time you do it? Let us make a deal. Run away, and we'll forget everything that happened. Well, kid, whenever you want to get out of here, just tell me, and we'll negotiate. What do you think? You must think something.
I will negotiate. You set yourself on fire, and I will leave you alone. How does that sound? Yes? Yes? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think some of it's also possibly a little bit of like inbuilt subconscious paranoia from when I was going bald. Like I am afraid to show off the top of my head, as it were. Hair implants are certainly not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely think there's some paranoia in there as well. For sure, for sure. So maybe some of that is included in the in it all, as it were. Yeah, no. Right, was there any others here? What did I pick up? I picked up an iron bar. Alright, okay. I've got an iron bar for some reason. No, there's nothing in there. Okay. Oh, hello. Discover all the secret areas. Oh. Well, would you look at that? I did it all through the power of sound. Though I'm sure that there will be something in there telling me what the actual thing is. Letter from the Department of Strategic Services to William Holtwick. May 18th, 1946, Central Intelligence, blah, 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 blah. Dear Dr. Holtwick. Oh, let me do this so you can read it properly. We have received strange information regarding your work with our resources and the methods used by you to achieve success that you achieve the success that you periodically report to us. Be advised that we from the Central Intelligence Group, have managed to block and hide several investigations in progress, which you are directly involved. The reports speak of illegal procedures which you allegedly use kidnapping, torture, and experimenting with human beings, to name only a few. War is too recent, and there are too many open wounds. We cannot be associated in any way to our enemies. We assume that these are no more than mere rumors. We shall continue to protect your reputation, but we highly advise you be careful. Your work thus far has been extremely useful, so you will understand we are not the least interested in terminating this collaboration. We look forward to receiving your continued contributions. We have no wish to restrain the inspiration of a genius such as yourself. Please consider this message as merely as informative. So the government were encouraging the maniacal, evil, mad scientist to do weird shit with students. Very well. What a fucking mess.
Nobody would find a thing in here. Even my place is tidier than this. No shit. Really? Damn rookies. Is this how they work now? Haven't they been taught to stand still? What a mess. I just like this enough already, and now my own companions make it even more complicated. I can't work under these conditions.
I can't work under these conditions. Ugh. Now, I could have pulled this presumably. No, I can't pull this out the way. Then why open that door for me then, you shits? Okay. I don't know what the key is for. Door is blocked from the other side. We have checked everything apart from the blocked room. Is there potentially... Oh. The other side there is an unlockable room. By the looks of things. Maybe there is a... Looked like there was a shadow over there. Maybe there is a air vent that we can use to get in there. No air vents that I can see. Let's have a quick look back in those rooms. To have a gander. I would imagine if they could get in the room that there would be some description of clue as to where I could go for it. But apparently not. Apparently not. Yeah. I haven't had long hair in over 10 years, but I pop on a wig and every now and then for fun. That's entirely fair. I like the curls when you show them. You suit you well. Thank you very much. Yeah. I like my curls, but I just, like I said, it just really irritates me when I have like a lip, because the thing is, I feel, maybe it's paranoia, maybe it's psychosomatic, but I feel like every single time a hair is on my face, I can just feel it. And it just irritates the fuck out of me. Renria, are you still here, you beautiful bean? I'm curious, compared to the state before, do you feel like freezing on your head during winter? First couple of winters when my side cut was there, I remember freezing, but that stopped completely. No, not that I can remember at the very least. Not that I can recall. It doesn't faze me. Just be a quiet mad scientist. I know, right? God, so much effort. I love the way that my character hasn't tried any of the phones yet. Okay, I've got a companion cube. We'll take the medical supplies. Not that I've really needed them so far. I don't know whether, like, there was that one bit at the very beginning that was like a genuine challenge with the jump scare and what have you. And then I haven't really... been attacked by anything. And if it's like the exit is right there, I'm like, what am I missing? Can these be dragged? No. Can't get under the table. The companion cubes are not normally something that you can take out of the room. But I mean, I'll try. No, can't take it out of the room. So what do I need the companion cube for?
It's a raid. Flee, flee.
Oh my lordy, ladies and gentlemen and all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think you are, you cheeky little devil? Good lord, Chunk. I saw you went out for a wander earlier. I hope that wherever you went for a walk earlier, managed to clear your brain a little bit. How you doing? How's it going? Valception, you know it. You know it, you cheeky little devil. How you doing, Chunk? Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people over here. As always, raiding and running down off to grab a large Diet Coke before the Eclipse show starts. Not a problem. Not a problem at all, you beautiful beans. Welcome on in, you cheeky little devils. How are you doing? How's it going, you cheeky little individuals? I may also disappear off momentarily to go and have a look at the Eclipse when it happens. But we're gonna... I'm determined to finish this fucking game, to be honest with you. But yes, friends, Thank you so much for coming in. Welcome on in. How's it going? 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me, and I'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about, cheeky little devils. Not a chance. People from my stream, go and check out Classy Chunk. Classy Chunk is a wonderful, wonderful human being. My housemate, a very, very good friend of mine, and is an absolute dopamine streamer. He plays games that bring him dopamine and lots of dopamine mining games. He's just a wonderful being. He's a wonderful being who deserves all of your love and attention, and I strongly recommend that you go and follow that wonderful being. Today we are playing a spooky game. It's more of like a puzzle game with spooky elements than actually being a spooky game, I have to admit. It doesn't seem to have, like... We've been attacked by one little slug with a mouth parts. We've been attacked by like a slug with mouth parts. And that's like it so far. But there is... supposedly some kind of one-winged humanoid creature that is wandering around somewhere. There's a mad scientist floating about. I'm not entirely sure what I'm meant to do with this block. Do you know what? Fuck it. There's a save point. I haven't checked this door, this room yet. Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
So, the loony doctor is continuing her family's legacy. Her life's a drama. I'm not surprised. She always looks as if she was smelling shit. If that was me in her situation, I'd have left far away and started a new life, away from everything that reminded me of my parents. But it looks like she needs to demonstrate to her dad how much she is improving. And in the middle of the mess her life is, her savior arrives, William Holtwick. If it wasn't because he's a decrepit old man, I think there's something going on between them.
Okay. So, she was carrying on her family legacy. Interesting. No worries, Becca. You take it easy, beautiful individual. Dear William Holtwick, January 27th. What you propose is certainly very tempting. I'm seriously considering, but I need you to guarantee that if I were to collaborate on your project, the minimum level of ethics I demand is met, at least in the projects I took part in. What I have been doing for the state up until now is immoral enough, so frankly I have no need for bizarre entanglements now. What I want to have... I want to have the chance to stop creating tools to kill and torture innocent animals, yet, same time, revolutionize medicine. Regarding Benjamin Bennett, we are facing a problem. With the information you have, all we can do is show up at his house and persuade him to allow us to conduct tests on him. Having gone through what he has lived, I really doubt that he will be willing to collaborate. Any thoughts on this? Let me consider your proposal for a couple of days. I'll get back to you, James LaFleur. So, the TLDR so far, Benjamin Bennett was in an... Benjamin Bennett was in an experiment. The Philadelphia experiment. Whatever happened at the Philadelphia experiment mentally scarred him to the point where he had some description of PTSD and had to take time off work. He also has 2 little kids. No, he has 1 little kid and a wife. We know that the other people in the Philadelphia experiment slowly but surely went mad with weird, obscure things happening to them, including one of them slowly, their brain slowly started turning into wood, which is a whole thing. We know that within this facility, they were kidnapping school kids or students, not necessarily school kids, but they were kidnapping students and doing experiments on them to metamorphosize them into human-animal hybrids, by the looks of things. And they desperately wanted to get hold of Benjamin because of his association with the Philadelphia experiment and the fact that they could keep an eye on him through that means, or through those means.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Hurricane, you cheeky devil, coming in for the 71 months. Give me 2 seconds while my brain's processing. And then we have basically been following the story of Benjamin up until this point so far. What is the purpose of this? I'm so confused. There is a thing in there. Is that just... No. Is that just the block? No, that is the hole. That is keeping me warned of the hole. I see. Okay. The door is blocked from the other side, eh? How you doing, Hurricane? How's it going? The Philadelphia experiment was an alleged event claimed to have been witnessed by ex-merchant mariner named Carl M. Allen at the United States Navy Philadelphia Naval Shipyard in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the United States. Sometime around October 28, 1943, Allen described an experiment where the U.S. Navy attempted to make a destroyer escort USSR Eldridge disappear, and bizarre results that were followed. Is that something that happened? Is that a theory that happened in the really real world, Santa Light? Or is that like something that you know about, like the lore of the game, etc.? I'm assuming it happened in the really real world, and that this game has played off of that effectively. Okay, how do I... There's no way out that way. There's no way out that way. Okay, what the fuck have I missed? I've missed something. We'll start from up here. Oh. What? That was it? You get an achievement for playing the piano? That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Light in the room with like a size ass flame, so unrealistic. I'm giving it a bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye. Okay, so I have lead and a battery. Lead, the battery, tape. I'm very confused by what I need to do. No, there's nothing down here. Blocked from the other side. What was this? What is this? How did I miss this? Dear James, I must admit I've taken a hurried step and I've failed in the attempt. I went to Benjamin Bennett's house, but he wasn't home. Instead, his wife opened the door, and I discussed the situation as best I could. I made her a tempting offer for her husband, and she, without consulting anybody else, rejected it. It seems that the Philadelphia experiment has affected Benjamin in more ways than he's willing to admit. Of course, she doesn't know what we did in Philadelphia. It's rather curious that Benjamin is suffering some trauma after all, isn't it? His wife also told me that she's expecting a child, and both of them want to focus on the family that they are forming. I find it certainly exasperating that the woman decides on his behalf on the grounds of such stupidity. Of course she does. It isn't the first time anyone uses that excuse. I left the place before she could even think about inviting me in for a coffee. Anyway, not everything is lost. Come to the university to work with me. At worst, we can work on other experiments. I have several ongoing projects which may pique your interest. Others may not as much, but I'm going to force you to take part in them. You're going to work in what you want to work. Oh, I'm not going to force you to take part in them. You're going to work in what you want to work in, and you're going to earn more than what you're earning now. For my part, I shall see what to do with Benjamin's situation. William Holtwick. So he... That was the secret room. Nothing. There's nothing clickable about the piano. No, so when you when you open the piano, it's just like you click on the piano and it goes, play the piano. And it's like, cool, I played the piano. And then an achievement popped up and it was like, you have played the piano. I was like, thanks. This is the only room we haven't been in. Can't do anything with that. Is there anything down the side here that we can do something with lead? I'm a little confused, friends. This game looks interesting. Nauseum it's all right. It's okay. It's a very interesting, like, puzzle game. Like, have I missed like a crawl space or something somewhere? Go back down here. Nothing I could interact with in here. No. Or in here. We are the piano man now. Yes. Yes, we are. Yes. Yes, it was a long, convoluted way around to get here. We got a battery in here. There's nowhere for that battery to go, per se. John John's going to pop out the ceiling then, it's definitely a possibility. Can't say it's not going to happen. Something in the middle that I've missed of these places? Oh yeah, I forgot about the adrenaline. Which is great, but it doesn't tell me where I'm fucking going. Where was the projector room? This one? There was a room with a companion cube and a projector in it. Finishing meds. Welcome back on in. How you doing? Not in there. This one. What's that say? Item for crafting, high-powered battery. Device used against targets. It appears to be broken. Item for crafting, piece of iron. They're crafting bits, but I've got no idea what I'm now meant to be doing. Other than the fact that this is the room with... I opened that cupboard. And there was a companion cube in it. There's something on top of one of the lights. Nothing behind it. All right, friends, I'm officially stuck. Anyone got any ideas? Genuine question. Anyone got any ideas? And there's a red button. Are you I press the button person, or you don't press the button person? Oh, I press the button. I just find out what the fuck is going on. While we're deciding on anybody having any ideas, I will inscribe Hurricane's name upon the mirror vein. If I can find the gold pen that I've put down somewhere. There it is. There it is. By having your name upon the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course you get access to all the sexy daily emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know? Yeah, no. Portal has a lot to answer for making us care about a box companion. Oh, it's so true. It's so true. 110% for sure. For sure. So I've got the companion cube. I can't take the companion cube out. The companion cube came from here. I can't take it out of the room. How you doing, buddy? And welcome back on in. I've got no bloody clue. I meant to... No. No idea. You fuck. I pressed the wrong fucking thing. Well, never mind. I genuinely don't know what I'm meant to be doing. I've got things for crafting, but no instructions to what we could craft with them. I let the first couple of androids die accidentally and failed an investigation. No! There's no instructions over here as to something I could craft. No. The camera with weird shit. But I have no idea what I'm meant to do. Ah, very good, Dean. I thought you were talking about this game then, and I was like, what? What are you talking about? What? But no. I know you mentioned this game before, but I'd love it if you could play it sometimes for the Freak Circus. Genuinely amazing game with a great storyline and lore. Well, I will certainly have a look into it. I will certainly have a look into it. You may have to remind me again. Oh my lordy, lordy, ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside between, delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you. How very dare you, Pixel Jewels, coming all the way over here, bringing your beautiful people in here. How are you doing, you beautiful individual? Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people in here. How are things? What were you up to today? Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it. What were you up to? What was going on? What was happening? People go check out Purpill. Purpill! In so long since we've seen you. I hope you're doing well. I hope life is treating you okay. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. You know, it's a Project Zomboid. We almost played Project Zomboid today. It was on the vote. It was on the vote. Okay? It was on the vote. But people chose Crow's Eye and Choo Choo Charles instead. So we're doing Crow's Eye, and I'm now like, where the fuck am I meant to go? So we're doing the bits and pieces. Put a link in the Discord. I'm not a streamer. I mean, you can put a link in... Yeah, there's a section in the Discord that's dedicated to, like, games and hobbies and stuff. You can stick it in there if you'd like Pixel Jewels. But yeah, I'm glad you had a... Oh, have you had a good stream, Purple? I haven't actually seen you say anything in chat yet. Gotta go real hungry. No, go do your thing. Go do your thing. Thank you so much for bringing your people in here. How you doing, friends? Like I said, 2 things you need to know about this channel if you are new here. 1, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave because I am a colossal filth wizard and don't be corrupting the ears of the young. And 2, if you are here, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. We are playing a game today called Crow's Eye, and it is pissing me off. Because I don't want an achievement guide. I want to know how to deal with anything. Right. High vent cover. Hallway. Your left. Level 2. We've done that one. Road to Freedom. Okay. Ink on the desk. Pick up the walkie-talkie on the floor. That's where we're at. Massive area to sort. In the cupboard at the back is documents. Don't care. I'm not asking for the documents. I want to know. What? Go downstairs to the lobby. Listen to recording 18 at reception. Head through the doorway opposite. What? Grab the cube in the cabinet and throw it at the button high on the wall. Is that what I need to do? Is that what I need to do? Not this one. Not that one. Was it this one? No. Not that one. This one. Is that a button? I meant to throw it. Fuck my life. That opened something. Jeezy, crazy. DQ, may have a hint for you to continue. You did the same search? Oh yeah, I literally just looked for a walkthrough. I wasn't sure whether people were intrigued by what was going on, so I was like, right, I'll just have a look-see. Have a quick gander and try and slowly go forward until I recognize something. I've picked up cable, which I'm assuming by attach this and these, or there will be at some stage, won't there? There'll be a instruction manual type thing.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Jay Britton! My God. My God, coming in with your prime, you beautiful, beautiful man. Can we get a shout out for Jay Britton, please? I would appreciate that. Oh, what an oh, get rid of it. Monty, what is wrong with you? Go, you tricky devil. Coming in for an entire year with the prime as well, you exquisite individual. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough. But goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know. People go check out my dear friend Jay. Jay is a phenomenal professional voice actor and vocal director is probably the best way I can describe it. I don't know the official job titles that you go by. Oh, thank you very much, Semba. But thank you very much for giving that shout out for Jay Britton, because Jay Britton is one of my favorite people in the entire fucking world. So yes, you should absolutely love on Jay Britton. How are you doing, Jay? How's it going? How was life? Happy anniversary. I know, a whole anniversary for us. This looks like something I've got to go and investigate and get involved with. February 5th, 1944. William Holtwick. I'm grateful for your honesty on the Benjamin Bennett case. I already presumed it was a dead end. My advice is that you forget about it and avoid becoming obsessed.
Subscribed.
Oh, I haven't even got the game on. It's fine. It's all right. It's all right because we got Sister Honey to welcome on in. How you doing, Sister Honey? Coming in with the prime as well, you cheeky devil. Thank you very much. I have inscribed your name upon the mirror vein as well. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bomb Snapchat! In fact, technically, it's a metaphorical Snapchat because it doesn't even exist anymore. But the most important thing, you also get access to all the sexy emotes and you get a discount on the merch store, which I always forget about, but you do. But the most important thing is for the next month, you have to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? Let me pop straight back in. Yeah, so we can do this. I'm good, you cutie. You flatter me. Actor, streamer, director, consultant, coach, lover, and hater. That last one is specifically for me. Just so we're all aware. I'm grateful for your honesty, Benjamin Bennett. In the Benjamin Bennett case, I had already presumed it was a dead end. My advice is that you forget about it and avoid becoming obsessed. We must respect his decision. Please do not think that this is going to affect my decision to work with you at the university. I already assumed that nothing was going to come out of this, therefore I've taken this into account when making my choice. I accept to work with you under the condition that I proposed in my previous letter. You and I are very much alike when it comes to our goals we wish to achieve, but we are completely opposite when regarding the means of which we are willing to use to achieve said goals. That is why, if I am going to be working with you, I would like you at least to respect the decision I have made. There is no wish to craft weapons or torture animals or test products on them or any sort. This does not mean I will stop torturing inert bodies and mutilated corpses. Everything done respectfully, of course, even if the dead are dead and never going to complain. Maybe this is exactly what makes everything more bearable. My motto from now on is respect for the living, contempt for the dead. I shall be there in about a week. James Lefleur. Indeedy doos. Okay, so we ran over this way. All right, we went through. Actually, just have a quick look at the rest of this canteen area, because it does seem to be a canteen. Take that. Okay, nothing of any import. Nothing of any import. And then we came all around here and something creaked the floorboards. At some stage there's going to be a chase sequence, because there's always a chase sequence. Oh, I'm drunk. I'm pissed. All of the things are all over the place. I'm also surprisingly tall. Oh shit. Oh, JK. Shit. Why was that not? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Do. Whoop, there we go. Oh. So it's coming down this side. Stream title hits different after reading 1,000 suns. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Where are you? Where are you, little platform? There we go.
I'll just get stuff in the things. I'm real drunk, so I'm just trying to get to the place where I need to go so I can have a little lie down. Hello? 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 I'm just running to have a sit with my typewriter. Can I go in a different floor? No? Okay. Tappity tap 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 tap. Ah. Ring 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 ring. Banana phone. Okay. Evidently they didn't go far enough over there. Oh look. Someone shot the bed.
I can't do anything to prevent the worst of my visions from happening. At long last, I found one of the students, Samantha. They've toyed with her body up to the point she's unrecognizable. They've created a monster, a chimera that is festering all over. She was on one of the stretchers, covered with a bedsheet, alive. She asked me to kill her, and I couldn't do it. I thought I could kill her. I'm such a coward. Forgive me, my son.
Such a coward. Forgive me, my son. Let me random question. Cheeky Kiss is labeled as 1k confidence, but dad joke was 75k. Just to be sure, this in turn means you will tell a dad joke. I will tell a dad joke. I can't promise it's going to be a good one. That is the risk that you take when you redeem dad joke. I will not be held responsible for such things. Well, that's exciting. What else is down here? Before I get too carried away. For sure. Sidewise? Feels like, oh, the Captain Jack Sparrow stuff? Yeah. Why is that? So I know why the rum is always gone. I do know why the rum is always gone. Because I have always consumed it. Right, map. Okay, I know where I'm at. So this is the only way to go, really, in this little section. The game is relatively linear, but it's interesting. Okay. So we can pull this. English is a language. No one speaks it well, apparently. I am not good at it, for sure. Oh, there was another thing in here, wasn't there? Yeah, something worth reading. Dear James, I don't know what you think you will be doing here, but revolutionizing medicine is sometimes necessary to create weapons and torture animals. Other times, it's best to go even beyond. I also find your point of view rather ironic. You respect living beings, but if to save a great number of lives, you have to intercede and accelerate the natural death of a single one, you'll simply refuse. What kind of respect is that? However difficult this may be, for me, I'll continue to respect your decision, since your collaboration here will be most useful. I have a collection of critters and critter corpses waiting for you to do your magic. I also suggest that you mind your own business if you aren't interested in any of the other complex issues that I usually deal with. I have made several rooms suitable for you to work in the best conditions, and so that you're comfortable, you'll have an assistant, Evelyn O'Donnell. I believe that I told you about her some time ago. She's very young, but she's ready to take on any kind of work, and will optimally accomplish anything you need without question. But I beg you, do not pollute her with your cheap ideology. We have more than enough with your we have more than enough with your very own thoughts. Trust that our union will be profitable. William Holtwick. Okay. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Put you on here. And put you right next to it there. That'll be fine.
You have purchased some merch.
My God!
Congratulations. You're almost as vain as Valen.
Don't play through the eclipse. I will not. I will not. Thank you very much for whoever it was that purchased some merchandise there. My God! Good Lord. Thank you very much, you cheeky little devil. I appreciate that very, very much. Okay. And then we're up here.
Oh, you should have seen yourself some minutes ago. Oh, you look disturbed, and you were delirious. But some minutes after, wham! You've arrived up here on your own and without my help. And you've collected something really interesting. What you just picked on the blueprint to create an electromagnet. If you manage to build it, things will get even more interesting. And if you still manage to get away, oh, I could even award you with the patent.
You could even award me with the patent, eh? So, battery cable crafts that thing.
Good. There are some boxes in the backyard. You can play with them by using the electromagnet. I've marked where you have to go on the map so that you don't get lost. Once you find them, aim at them with the electromagnet and use it. Remember to activate it.
Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. And now I can't go any further than that. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Welcome back, Vampirator. It's Fox Plays Official. Hello, you beautiful individual. Can I get a shout out for Fox Plays? I would very, very, very much appreciate that. Very much appreciate that indeed. As Fox Plays has the biggest number of completed games I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. It is pretty wild. But they are glorious and wonderful, and we appreciate them very, very much. I love hanging out in your streams, buddy. I love hanging out there. It's good fun. It's good fun. Do you have raids disabled by chance? I do indeed. I do indeed. That is because I will be finishing shortly because there is an eclipse happening at this side of the world. So I am about to wrap up so that I can go watch the eclipse and do that bits and pieces. Those bits and pieces. But it's only like the last hour of stream. But people from my stream, regardless of that, the intention of the raid was very much there. Go and check out the glorious Fox Plays Official. One of the driest sense of humors I've seen on stream, but also fucking hilarious. Absolutely fucking hilarious human being. Plays, like I said, has played the largest variety of games I've ever seen in my entire life. Has an entire list of all the platinum games and completed games that he's played. Genuinely very, very entertaining individual. If you enjoy good gameplay and some also fucking weird games that somehow Fox Plays has managed to discover in the weird entrails of the internet, then you'll enjoy Fox Plays. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Right then, friends. Let me have a quick look before I do this next bit. Oh, wow. Well, so much for this being a one-stream game. I was looking to see how much more of the game we have available to do. And there is quite a lot of sections, it turns out. There are quite a lot of sections. Ooh. The license in 2 minutes. My connection's crap. No, boo. Okay, at least I don't need my lighter anymore because I got a bloody torch. Oh, fuck's sake. Ow. I'm going to take a wild guess that I need to go up there. How much clouds? It's an empty sky. The sky is blue. Huh. Aha. I see. Make it rain in 12 degrees. Oh, hello. What are those clouds you talk about? Yes. Oh. Not had much blue sky this summer. We've definitely had a lot of it over here. Open sesame.
What an extraordinary invention! You're an ambitious lad, and I like that you've decided to upgrade my electromagnet. But be careful how to use it. It's extra powerful now, and you could end up being crushed under one of the university's walls. With this upgrade, you'll be able to pull yourself to some items. I'm intrigued to see how you're going to. Alright, see those strange balls? Aim at them with the electromagnet and use it!
Okay, this is definitely becoming a lot more of a puzzle game than anything else. Okay. And that, friends, is where we're going to have to leave it. Because I literally can't play anymore. I can't play anymore. I thought this was going to be a one-stream game. I genuinely thought this was going to be like a one-stream game where I was like, okay, I'll do the bits and pieces. It'll all be fine. I thought it was going to be like maybe 4 hours. However, we've been playing it for 3 hours and 39 minutes. And from what I can see on the walkthrough that I very briefly looked at, in order to make, because I was stuck at that one point. Where is it? There it is. What I can see is we are at section 3 out of 9. So we're not even close to the end. We're not even close to the end, unfortunately. Alas, however, we will still, all the same, go and raid somebody. Because we always go raid somebody. Always go throw some love at another delightful individual. Because I like to go and throw some love. I'd like to introduce you to new people. I like to introduce the new people to all of you. Increase their numbers. Help them out as a person. But before we do that, friends, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. Mods, thank you so much for all you do. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream, all the stuff you do for me behind the scenes, and all the stuff you do for this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful community. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Out of 9. So it's a 3-stream game. Presumably yes. I feel like we probably would have got a little bit further if it hadn't have been for that thing. But as always, friends, it will be in the vote next week. The top 2 were this game, Crow's Eye and Choo Choo Charles. And you voted for this, so it will be Crow's Eye and Choo Choo Charles next week. I might slip in Project Zomboid again because I wasn't expecting people to vote for that, but they did. So we went for that, absolutely. And yeah, we're gonna go and check somebody out. Thank you so much, mods, for all that you do. Thanks so much, everybody, for thanking the mods. Let me have a very, very quick look at who we can go throw some love at to ooh, we could go raid you because you are doing Eclipse related things, which would be quite fun. Nah, we're going to go see you instead. We're going to go see this wonderful individual instead because they are doing charity stream for a cause that is very, very close to them. And because they are one of my favorite people in the world, I would like to go support them while they're doing that. So, friends, cheeky little devils, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste this first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste this second raid message. This is not an obligation to spend any money by any stretch of imagination as plowing into a charity stream. Go find out what the charity is all about. If at that point you're like, do you know what, I do want to support this person, I do want to support this charity, then that is a great time to do so. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, this person is a wonderful, wonderful friend of mine who I do very much deeply appreciate and love and respect because they are wonderful and glorious and absolutely spectacular. Friends, we're going to go raid our dear friend Ellie, aka Rebel Nay. We haven't raided Rebel Nay in fucking ages. Rebel Nay is usually a just chatting streamer, so their streams, normally I try to raid somebody who's got the same sort of vibes, but because Rebel Nay, aka Ellie, is doing a charity stream, I would like to go and help support them before we do all that stuff. Friends, if you are not in the raid up at the top here, could you please click on the link that I have just thrown out down there? We used to do shout outs to show them off and what have you. However, we don't do that anymore because we don't like to spoil the surprise. But friends, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for raid subs, gift subs, all the cheeky little bees. Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. Thanks so much for the conversations at the beginning, for hanging out during the game. Thanks so much for voting. So all you beautiful people that have lurked, or should I say watched from the void, I appreciate you very much. For all you people watching the VOD in Futureland, I appreciate you very much. Friends, thank you so much for being here. I will be back on Monday, because I'm not doing any extra streams this week, but I will be back on Monday at 7 p.m. BST, where we are going to indulge ourselves in more chatting of shit. Until Monday, you beautiful beans, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. See you all later. Bye bye.